If I can have everybody's attention, we're going to be calling the meeting to order here shortly. If I can have everyone sit. Good evening and welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Solvang City Council for Monday, May 23rd, 2022. I now call the meeting to order at 6:34. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Infante.
Here.
Councilmember Arona. Absent. Councilmember Thomas.
Here.
Mayor Urick.
Here. And Mayor Pro Tem Infante, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
You stand with your hand over your heart and begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. We have no proclamations or ceremonial items, but one short presentation. At the end of the meeting, we will have an adjournment in memory of Ken Palmer, who passed away this past week. Ken served as our mayor in Solvang in 1993, 2002, 2007. He was the mayor pro tem 1992, 2001, 2006. He served on the city council 1991, 1994, 2000 through 2012, when he retired. 2012, he was also named the Grand Marshal for the Yule Fest parade that December. He was the planning commissioner from 1995 to 1996. He was on the Solvang Heritage Associates from March 1998 to March of 2002, and on the Economic Tourism Study Committee. There will be a reception at Sunnyfields Park, and I know that Mr. Palmer, Councilmember Palmer, had an instrumental role in the city acquiring that property way back when he was working with Kristen Thompson, who was at the time the Parks and Recreation Director. And so it's kind of fitting that that's where there will be a reception held for the public at that time. So that's Friday, June 3rd. I think that June 3rd was Monday. Am I mistaken? Friday, June 3rd at 2 p.m. Sunnyfields Park. So just make sure we have that down. Friday, June 3rd at 2 p.m. at Sunnyfields Park in memory of Ken. He will be missed. I do have a certificate up here for his family to just present to him. Thank you from the city of Solvang. Moving on to public communications. Madam Clerk, would you please read?
The council welcomes your input. At this time, you may address the council on items not on the agenda and on consent. Time limit is 3 minutes. We will start with in-person comments first.
I have 3 for items not on the agenda, and the first I show is Brenda Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. It's a privilege to speak to you this evening. I have have been in the tourism marketing industry in Solvang since 2006, and I would like to share some of my suggestions regarding how Solvang is marketed. When I started at the Solvang Conference and Visitors Bureau in 2006, our tourism budget was allocated more than 90% to print and 10% to digital marketing. As digital marketing grew in popularity, I was able to increase our digital marketing budget to 40%. Current research demonstrates that across all sectors, a greater and greater percentage of marketing dollars are being allocated to digital marketing. In many organizations, the marketing budget is devoted to 75% or more to digital marketing. The emphasis on digital marketing was and is on building attractive websites. And the watchword in digital marketing now is to think mobile first. Everyone has a mobile phone. Many people are regularly using apps, GPS, digital maps, and QR codes. Social media is increasingly seen as a driving force directing people toward business websites. Search engine optimization, pay-per-click, content marketing, and here we go. Email marketing, mobile marketing, marketing analytics, and affiliate marketing, to name some, they direct the funnel to the website. The website should be the destination of your audience. All marketing you do online, advertising, content, even videos or podcasts, and even print, should guide your audience to your website. Websites play a major role in digital marketing. Digital marketing is here to stay, and the Solvang Visitor Center should embrace digital marketing as a useful tool and a friend of our businesses, our community, and our city as a whole. But what about the human touch offered by the Visitor Center? Outreach to local businesses and attractions is also an important element of a successful visitor center. Management and staff at the Visitor Center need to be on a first-name basis with our local community. Visitor Center personnel should regularly visit local businesses and museums so that they know what products and services are offered, as well as the hours of operation of those businesses and museums. It is important that this information be provided to tourists in a well-organized format so that tourists can know what options are available to them. It has been an ongoing challenge getting our local businesses to stay open after 5 p.m., especially on weekends. Yet there is no support for those businesses. I have 6 more lines. For example, it would be helpful to have a list of all businesses that are open after 5 p.m. and their hours of operation. Along these lines, it is important that the Visitor Center remain open until 6:30 or 7 p.m. on Friday and Saturday nights when visitors are walking around trying to find something to do. Here's my request. I just ask that you entertain these issues as you consider the budget for marketing to the new visitor that comes to Solvang and for marketing to the return visitor through the Solvang Visitor Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brenda. Appreciate the insight and comments. Next speaker slip I have is Jennifer Sony.
Thank you. I understood that there had been a resignation of cogs and wheels, and the Solvang Visitor Center was going to be under consideration for an appointment of someone new. So, with that being said, I drafted this letter, and I think it says fairly directly my thoughts. It has come to my attention that once again we can award Brenda Ball the contract for the management of the Solvang Visitor Center. Excuse me, I didn't know she was speaking prior to this. As I previously spoke in behalf of awarding Brenda Ball the contract for the Visitor Center, my viewpoint has not wavered. This was back, I think, last September. In fact, after being a long time in business in this community, I've personally witnessed the impact of the lack of favorable marketing and events and the negative financial impact that my business has endured without having a Solvang Visitor Center that's favorable. When Ms. Ball was involved with the Visitor Center, I had events and other significant events posted on the website. Now 2 years have passed. Granted, I recognize what we've gone through with COVID. That's one element. But without the Visitor Centers being managed effectively, it's somewhat of a black hole that we're seeing currently. As a member of the community, Brenda has an awareness of our Danish community businesses. Tourists require an active visitor center that has hours of operations that are of dual purpose. The center requires that it operates to enhance an overall image of Solvang and to be supportive and knowledgeable about all businesses. Coming out of COVID and now with the rising cost of gasoline, we require an added commitment in our community that focuses on all aspects of our community. In my opinion, as council member, each of you once again have the opportunity to grant Brenda Ball the management of the Solvang Visitor Center. It is imperative that we look at our talent that has deep-rooted knowledge for this fundamentally important marketing endeavor. Brenda Ball continues to have my vote of confidence. I ask that she has yours. Good evening.
Thank you, Jennifer.
You're welcome.
And last, Esther Jacobson Bates.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, community. I'm Esther Jacobson Bates, Executive Director at the Elverhay Museum. I'm here to tell you about some of the busy times we've been having at the museum and to share about some of our recent activities. We've been really surprised and thrilled to welcome record numbers of visitors every month since reopening under COVID guidelines in 2021. People love to learn about our town's history and cultural roots. Earlier this month, we had a double celebration. Councilmember Clark was there to help us. We were opening our newest gallery exhibition, Greenland, Land of the Midnight Sun, and we had a Reisegild, a Danish topping out ceremony. The Reisegild marked the placement of the highest rafter on a new steel pergola in the museum backyard. It was a happy occasion and a significant milestone in a project that began in January. When completed this summer, the work will include a bifacial solar array atop the pergola to meet the museum's power needs, drought-tolerant landscaping to replace our thirsty lawns, permeable pavers to provide stormwater management, as we know someday it will rain, low-voltage lighting in a night sky-friendly way. It's a complete renovation of the museum grounds, and this is all funded with donations. The Greenland Exhibition is a shared effort between 14 leading Santa Barbara County museums that united to create and creatively explore the impacts of climate change. The Danish Embassy, Greenland Representation, and Visit Greenland all provided images and information, and the show is garnering lots of media attention. Many local residents are coming specifically to see the stunning photographs. Last week, it was a group from the high school. Today, we welcomed a group of seniors from Adderdag. As you know, Elverhay has at its core a commitment to support art and culture and to preserve Solvang's special history. And Elverhay has truly become the link between the past and the future, maintaining the city's historic roots and cultural authenticity. To that end, I am really excited to be here today to let you know that Denmark's ambassador to the United States, Lone Denker Wiesberg, is planning a visit to Solvang in July. And I'll be returning here to let you know more details when that is defined. I'd like to close tonight by recognizing and honoring a longtime Solvang champion and advocate for all that happens here, Ken Palmer. He had a big impact in our community, and at the museum, and he will be missed. I hope that you can continue to carry on the legacy that he started, and thank you for all that you do. Hope to see you soon at the museum.
Mr. Mayor, may I say something? Esther, maybe because I'm so noisy, you didn't notice that Councilmember Infante and his wife were there as well?
Oh, I apologize, they were. Absolutely. Thank you for your presence, Councilmember Infante.
He's not one to toot his own horn. But thank you for stepping in there, Councilmember Clark.
It was a great event.
Looking forward to having the Danish ambassador visit us. That'll be great. All right, that's all I had as far as speaker slips. Is there anyone? Mr. Richardson.
This is unrehearsed and spontaneous. I want to talk about Ken Palmer. I worked with him on the dais as a councilman from 2005 to 2012 or 13, I forgot which. He and I didn't see eye to eye on a lot of subjects. And I used to tease the man about he was my mentor. And he kept saying he was absolutely not my mentor. But sitting next to him was like sitting next to a rock. The man knew his business. And I watched him the whole time, and I learned from him. I'm going to get emotional. I am so honored in what he told me one time, that after I was mayor and working with him a while, he says, "You know, you're not turning out to be a bad mayor after all." And I felt that was just the most wonderful thing that I'd heard from the man. And as I say, he was hard as a rock. You know, he was a gemologist, polished stones, and so he was that guy. And so I'm sorry to hear of his passing, and I really like the guy. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. I'm sure we'll hear many more of those comments at the memorial on Friday, June 3rd at 2 p.m. at Sunny Fields. So I won't forget it. All right, is there anyone else wishing to speak in-house that hasn't given me a speaker slip? If not, I'll send it out to Zoom. Anyone out in Zoom wishing to speak on items not on the agenda or only on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Now moving on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to take, given the fact that we have such a great audience today, I'm going to take a little bit more time going through some of the reminders.
You're on a 3-minute timer.
I'll try. Starting with general plan update, just reminding of the process and where we've came from and how far we've come and the next steps. So the project initiation for the general plan update, if you could have my slides, actually began in December 2020. The budget for the general plan update was approved before that during the 1920 fiscal year. Post the project initiation, we have been through the process of learning and documenting our existing conditions and trends, and that process took place in 2021. We had then discussed with formation of the General Plan Advisory Committee, which is 15 volunteers who are represented by 2 volunteers from council, 2 plan commissioners, and 2 design review committee members, as well as just general public volunteers. We have gone through the process of discussing the alternative choices, and out of this process, so far we have an adopted set of guiding principles that's available on the website at www.plansolving.com, as well as alternative choice for the land use. So anyone interested in seeing those documents, please go to the website to view them. Now we are continuing based on that input, which also included lots of workshops and lots of community input. We are in the process of actually preparing a plan. So right now we're working closely with the GPAC as well as with all of the committees on preparing the technical plan elements and reviewing those. Once reviewed, those will be coming forth for Planning Commission and City Council considerations. The last technical step will be environmental review, and it will follow by adoption, which is planned for late spring of 2023. Now, just to remind you of a couple of recent events that took place, Housing Workshop number 2 was just held on May 11th. We had pretty good participation, received some good comments for our consultants to consider. The Design Review Committee also held a workshop on community design element last Thursday. So that was the first step in developing probably one of the most important but not required elements for the community of Solvang, which is the community design element. Following the feedback for the DRC, they also had an opportunity to receive some public input during that meeting. The consultant and staff and GPAC will be drafting the element, which will then go back to the DRC Planning Commission and the City Council. Another element element of an element or a consideration that's being considered based on Council's prior direction is the vetting of the concept of a European plaza somewhere in downtown. So the plan is to hold another community input workshop to receive input from the community whether that concept is something that would want to be, or the council would want to have move forward. So that completes my update on general plan update. Now I'd like to look again at the special events and remind everybody that we are entering a very busy season. You see the 2 photographs there of the half marathon as far as Rancheros Vistadores, the 2 events that took place on the same day. That was a very busy day for everybody in Solvang. And now we're moving into the summer season. So just reminding everyone that as of June 1st, on every Wednesday in the evenings, there will be music in the park.
June 22nd.
June 22nd.
Is the very first one,
Okay.
the first Wednesday.
So the application was for June 1st, but I think June 22nd will be the actual start. Thank you, Mayor. On June 18th, we have the Juneteenth event planned at the Solvang Park. On your agenda today is a consideration of approving the application for the Pierce Aero Society Car Show. That's a national association. They have chosen Solvang for the one-time occasion this year. On June 25th, there's the SYV Pride event that you approved at the prior meeting. On July 4th, we'll be seeing the standard parade and fireworks coming back finally post-COVID-19, sponsored and put together by our Rotaries of Solvang and the Santa Ynez Rotary. And then on August 27th, we'll have Wheels and Windmills. On September 16th is going to be the Danish Days, which actually happens to be the 50th anniversary. So you will hear from that request later tonight. And then we have another new event being proposed on November 12th, which would be the first annual Salute to the Veterans in Solvang. So we have received that application and we'll be going through approval process. But they're proposing bringing this event, which was held in various places in Santa Barbara, Santa Ynez last year, and now they would like to find a home in Solvang and permanently bring this event here. A reminder of where the different committees are. There will be a special meeting scheduled for May 26th. The agenda went out today for the Tourism Advisory Committee to begin reviewing proposal for marketing services. We received a total of 10 proposals, so they're all in possession of those proposals. They're also available online, and they will begin working through those proposals at this special meeting. The regular meeting of Tourism Advisory Committee is scheduled for June 2nd, where they would be finalizing the marketing services contract award recommendations, which will be coming forth to City Council on June 13th. We also have received 2 proposals for the Visitor Center. The application closed last week, and those proposals will also be presented to the Tourism Advisory Committee on June 2nd. That agenda will be posted by Monday. Review Salute to the Veterans special event will also be going through the approval process and will be presented to Tourism Advisory Committee first before final approval with City Council. Just a couple of reminders on Planning Commission and Design Review Committee. The Planning Commission is scheduled for June 6th. There will be recommendations coming back to them about food trucks regulations. That would be a public hearing. That would be the last time they would be hearing this item before it comes to City Council for considerations. And we are also expecting the Solving Senior Center new building project to be submitted at some point in the near future. So I said maybe July, but we are prepared to receive it whenever it is submitted to the city to move that project forward. The design review committee is scheduled for June 16th, and one of the larger projects that will be presented to them for consideration of the design elements will be the old lumberyard conceptual review. Ed St. George and his team had taken the project for conceptual review to Planning Commission, where they received some comments, and they're right now reworking their project submittal and their concept based on those comments. So it will go to design review committee for, once again, just conceptual review before the applicant submits a full application. There would also be a continued discussion of the old Union Bank European Market Development Plan at that meeting. Now moving on to advanced calendar for the City Council. June will be another busy month. You will be hearing an item on municipal elections resolutions, or a number of items that are necessary to move forward with the election. We will be bringing to you the Prop 218 final hearing for the utility rates, which is scheduled for June 13th. We will also be returning to you on the 13th of June with recommendations for connection fees based on today's direction. We'll also be returning with a drought ordinance proposed modifications to better align the ordinance with the new rate structure. We'll be coming back to you on June 27th with the final fiscal year 2022-24 financial plan for final adoption. The budget has to be adopted before July 1st in order for us to continue to make expenditures. So very much look into your direction today that we'll be prepared to make any modifications by that date. There will also be the contract awards based on Tourism Advisory Committee's recommendations for Marketing and Visitor Center. And then this week we actually kicked off the poll for to gauge feasibility of a sales tax or a TOT increase feasance. So that is going on right now, and we'll be coming back to you in June as well with the results of that survey or that poll. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions of the staff report? No. City manager's report? All right. Moving on to council comments. Is there anyone wishing to say anything? Go ahead. Councilman.
A couple comments quickly. The Santa Barbara Air Pollution Control District had just reported into one of the programs that they had set up, which was to pay the freight ships that come up and down the coast to reduce their speed to 10 miles an hour or less while they're coming through the area. This reduces air pollution because of the outdated old engines and some of these things. And the side effect was it reduces whale strikes. So we have a few more whales and we can breathe a little bit. Something else I lost? No, thank you.
All right. And then I attended a Project Opioid for Santa Barbara County. I guess it would be just a symposium. It's a coalition that's being put together by a number of different participants from healthcare, law enforcement, schools, faith-based community organizations, nonprofits and such, that hospitals and medical advisors as well. Just trying to see what we can do together to combat the historic rise of fentanyl poisoning that's kind of happening all over the United States, here in California, and unfortunately we're seeing it here in Santa Barbara County as well. I guess just one of the stats for us right now, there have been no, we're the only city that didn't have anyone die from that, along with Guadalupe. And so feel very fortunate that that was a nice stat that we were able to be on the zero side for that one. But there is a number of deaths that are occurring. Most, 97%, are accidental. They don't know that they actually have had it, and it's just something that, you know, could be your friend, your brother, your sister. There's really no rhyme or reason right now. There's not a typical person that is suffering from this particular affliction. So one of the things that is recommended that has helped, there has been a 250% increase in Narcan being administered by first responders that have brought back, there's like 727 times that Narcan has been used, and there's been a really great response when they come back. But one of the things that needs to be followed up with that is once someone does it that is not medically trained, that a lot of times there isn't any follow-up. So that's one of the things that they're trying to see if we can establish some kind of programs for that, so better follow-up with that. But and I know that the Sheriff's Department is trying to get Narcan in something similar to what you see the AEDs that most public buildings have now. They're trying to have a can of Narcan out there available for public use in case something happens in a public setting. So that's one of the other goals that they're trying to set aside for right now. Also attended an SB-CAG meeting, and one of the things that happened from May 15th to the 21st was that there was a National Public Works Week. I don't think we gave our staff from Public Works kudos, so thank you guys for everything you do, keeping the roads and our circulation, sidewalks, streets safe for everyone to be able to participate. So we appreciate all the work that our Public Works Department does. Just wanted to recognize you guys. And I know we had some great workers, Public Works, out there on that one day that we had a lot of great comments about the work that our Public Works staff did. And that's not to say that Jose over there with Utilities, you still have some Public Works workers there as well. So all of you guys are keeping us safe, and we appreciate that. SB-CAG hired a new rail and transit director. He was going to be joining SB-CAG next month, and his name is Aaron Bonfilio, and he comes from San Francisco, although his wife is originally from Goleta. He's married and has 2 young boys, 5 and 3. There will be hearings set. 2 public hearings are set for June 2nd and 16th next month to talk with residents about updates to the long-term congestion relief plan along the US 101 corridor from Carp to Santa Barbara. That just seems like that's an ongoing thing for as long as I can remember, even in high school days, back in the 70s. But there's going to be those meetings. You can get more feedback by going to sbcag.org and just finding out a little bit more. They have a draft Santa Barbara US 101 comprehensive multimodal corridor plan that expands on previous congestion relief strategies by adding bike, pedestrian, bus, and zero-emission vehicle improvements that increase alternative transportation choices for the traveling public. One thing that's up here in North County from Caltrans District 5, the project on the US 101 at State Route 135, which is basically the bridge reconstruction going on. The bridge, or the southbound lanes of US 101 at State Route 134 will be closed starting tomorrow from 7 p.m. until 6 a.m. Detour signs will lead travelers off the highway and direct them to the nearby US 101 southbound on-ramp. Traffic delays are not expected to exceed 15 minutes. That's 15 minutes. So plan accordingly if you're going back and forth from Santa Maria back down here. One item of note for all you pet lovers, Amtrak and the Los Angeles, San Diego, San Luis Obispo Rail Corridor Agency, also called LOSAN, manages the Amtrak Pacific Surfliner service. They have introduced a pet program for the Southern California train route. Amtrak Pacific Surfliner passengers can now bring their dogs and cats weighing up to 20 pounds on board a Pacific Surfliner train for only $26 or 800 Amtrak guest points, and this starts on May. This actually started May 20th. Going forward, we'll have some SB CAG personnel and staff here this coming Thursday right here. We're having our version, the Solvang version of the Santa Barbara County Broadband Strategy Development Project. It's a public information meeting right here, City Hall, from 5:30 to 7. There will be, I'm supposed to give some opening remarks here, it says, but it's to give the overview of the Santa Barbara County Broadband Strategy Project, and there's a number of panelists that will be part of that. So hopefully you can all be a part of that. Moving on, for some items that have already passed but didn't want to say thank you anyway, National Nurses Week was May 6th through May 12th. And so just join me in saying a huge thank you to all the nurses, RNs, LVNs, CNAs for their tireless work that they do on a daily basis for us. Last week, May 15th through 21st, was also National Police Week. So I just wanted to thank the men and women who carry the badge, as they already are ready to stand and make a difference to protect and serve others. And no matter what their assignment or duty is, they make a difference in the lives of others each and every day. Friday, this past Friday, was also Law Enforcement Memorial Day, where we paused to remember those who have laid down their lives in the service of others. And as it stands, there has been only a few deaths. One that I note is the jailer, George Downing, which is when this started for us in Santa Barbara County, July 23rd of 1925, almost 100 years ago, was the one sheriff's deputy that was killed in line of duty. And I know, I'm trying to draw on a blank right now. Thomas Geary Award. He was one of the Santa Barbara Police Department officers that lost his life in the line of duty in the 70s. So thank you for the sacrifices that you guys make for us on a daily basis, keeping us all safe. On happier news, I don't know if this student actually lives in Solvang, but I just thought it was kind of cool. Valley Christian Academy student wins the 3rd grade Grand National Championship for the Zahner Blosser National Handwriting Contest. And one of his his name is Adam Mason, and he was actually selected as the 3rd grade Grand National Championship. And Noah Jabaraj was also a semifinalist for the 7th grade competition, and it was his 2nd year in a row of earning that honor. And this is these are submitted to the Zahner Blosser National Handwriting Contest. The judges receive the submissions from students in grades K through 8, selecting only one winner from each grade. That's a national grade. So if you happen to know Adam, give him our best. Shout out to him. As it stands for our food bank, I had stats from April 26. We had 206 households served, 809 individuals, 11 new to the program. On May 3rd, there was 163 households, individuals 657, also 11 new that day. And last week, there was 168 households served, 668 individuals, 14 new. Although it says some of them are returning after several months of being gone. So those are the final stats for what we have there. We again appreciate Bethania Church and all the volunteers that help out in the community. Maybe, and I know some of you here help out, so thank you for all you do for keeping the cupboards full for some of those in need. This month, by the Federal Trade Commission, also happens to be Older Americans Month. I guess I'm part of that, although it does say specifically you have to be 70 plus. Mainly it's what they're trying to get the message out is just making sure that you hang up on imposter scams. And it's kind of weird, when I was a community resource deputy, seniors were always usually the most vulnerable for this, but it's turned around last year now that there are more young adults report losing money to scammers more often than older people. And I guess that's because we're finally getting smarter, right? That maturity level is finally kicking in. But just remember a couple of tips, and is don't pay anyone who demands money by a gift card, cryptocurrency, or money transfer. That never is a legitimate source. Never. And when in doubt, you can actually hang up and check with the real person or agency or company that is actually saying that they're representative of. Do not call the number or email any of the sites that they give you. You can always do that. And if you have any reports, reportfraud.ftc.gov is where the Federal Trade Commission likes to keep tabs of those particular scams. Also just want to bring to light that volunteers are needed for the reading program. You can be ages 14 and up. You sign up for a 2-hour shift once a week, and it starts June 4th through July 30th. It will be it's for the summer reading program at both Buellton and Solvang libraries. So they're looking for volunteers for that. And next week, there's going to be a tobacco prevention summit on Tuesday, May 31st from 1 to 5. It will be at the Buellton Recreation Center. It's a county-wide tobacco prevention summit. And there, you can email Gina at fbsmv.com to sign up to attend that. And I think lastly, I'll just wrap it up. I'm sorry, I had 2 other things. One was, don't forget to vote for Solvang. Everybody, we are in the top 10 of historic small towns in the country. We are also number 6 right now as the best small town cultural. I'd like to see us replace Mariposa, which happens to be the only 2 California towns in the top 10. And right now, even at number 10, we are the only town from California that's in the top 10 for best historic small town. So that's pretty cool. So
USA Today.
USA Today, yeah. So I think you go to the website for Solvang Chamber of Commerce and they have the link to be able to vote for that. So I wanted to make sure everybody did that. And then the last thing is, because we do have a number of businesses here that serve alcohol, there is a new law that is going into effect on July 1 that will affect everyone that is a server or is a business that serves alcohol. And it is going to be mandated by AB 1221 that every alcohol server and their managers be trained in responsible beverage service and certified by ABC within 60 days. So you got 60 days to be able to do that. Otherwise, there will be some huge penalties and some fines coming down for your businesses if you do not comply with that. So I just wanted to set that out there. I'm sorry? Oh, I don't know, but you have to register with ABC as a server on the RBS portal. You take the training from an approved RBS training provider and then return to the RBS portal to take their ABC's alcohol server certification. This is for anyone that has an on-premise license, anyone who serves any manager. So just FYI for everyone out there, you have to be certified by August 31st of this year. Tracy, you had something you wanted to add, maybe?
Yeah.
This will impact over 56,000 businesses in California.
We'll be doing 3 classes in June for that, for chamber businesses, and for non-business to be a small fee. But we know everybody needs to get certified. We'll be doing them in person. So we will have somebody, from the different organizations, ABC, to be doing that along with doing it online. So I wanted to let everybody know that too. It's important that this is restaurants, tasting rooms, anytime somebody touches alcohol. This is the most important thing that's going to happen to us, like those ServSafe license for restaurants. And on another note, it's just Memorial Weekend, and we have a lot of things going on here in town at the Vets Hall this weekend. And so on Monday, we do have a small service that we have doing in the lunch afterwards.
That's at 11 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes, it's at 11 o'clock, so I just wanted to make sure everybody knew the reason we did really have a weekend, that it was Memorial Weekend, and to honor our veterans.
Thank you. All right, that's all I had, except for the last thing was just, I'm gonna really miss Ken. Guy was really great with water. He loved his water and trying to get Solvang situated with water, so he knew a heck of a lot about that. And he was also very supportive of the programs that I tried to bring back in 2004 when we started the first and only Sheriff's Activities League here in Solvang. So really appreciated him and his support during my campaign. Clark.
Yes, I had actually a bit of a speech, but I'd like this crowd to get home before midnight, so I'm just gonna make it really fast. We've done non-scientific surveys before. People can go on the website and give us their opinions about Copenhagen Drive, et cetera. And I had a meeting with city manager last week, and I asked her if we could please do a scientific survey about what is important to the residents of Solvang, and I need somebody else in the council to agree with me to be able to spend a little bit of money to have all the residents, as many as possible, surveying on things like keeping Copenhagen Drive closed or open, whether we like LGBT parades, whether we want fjord bypass, whether we want the Riverwalk, et cetera. I'd like to get more of a sampling of what the residents of Solvang, and especially because we're going to district elections, which really bothers me a lot, because I think that everything we do up here should benefit the entire town and not just the people who live in a district. And that really bums me out that we're doing that, but that's just the way it is. So I think it would be really, really important to know what is important to all the residents, not just the ones that pay attention and go on the website and give us their opinion on Copenhagen Drive and things like that, because we get 23 respondents. I just think it would be a great idea to spend a little bit of money to do a scientific survey and find out what's important to the residents of Solvang. That's all I have.
All right, thank you.
Sorry. One last thing, if I may, I'd like to ask the city manager. I heard recently that the fire insurance rating for this area went up. Have you heard about that? Is that something we need to be aware of? It'll raise our insurance rates, everybody's presumably. Can you check into that?
I can definitely check into that with our fire chief.
Thank you very much.
Going to now move on to the consent agenda, and I think for the first time we won't have the city clerk read it. We'll just go.
Okay.
Try to
So
speed
I
up the
will
time.
present the report. This report is on the item of Pierce Arrow Car Show special event. If you can have the slides up. We do have a representative with us on Zoom. Benjamin Oakes is representing the, oh, sorry. We went straight to Pierce Arrow and we actually, we need to go back to consent agenda, sorry.
I was going to say, I don't see that on the consent agenda.
I jumped right into my next report since
All
you're
right.
not gonna have city clerk read it.
You were on it though, that's good.
Was Robert's comments about a survey require a second?
So I would like a general consensus if you would like me to bring back an item on that. I will actually touch a little bit on the subject matter as part of the financial plan development and have some suggestions on something that might be responsive to this request. But you can definitely let me know just with
I will
your head
support
nod
his
that
request.
you would like to continue this conversation.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas.
Yeah, I'd like to see it come back as well and
Okay.
talk about it.
Thank you.
We'll
Okay,
make
now,
it unanimous. So,
thank you.
Thanks.
items on the consent agenda, is there any council members would like to pull any items? No, if not, I would just entertain a motion to approve. the
I'll make a
consent
motion.
agenda. Is there a second?
Approve consent.
Second?
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Infante?
Yes.
Councilmember Aruna absent. Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Urick?
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
Right. Now moving on to item number 5.
Now moving to item number 5, which is the first item on the regular business agenda. Once again, this is a Pierce Arrow Car Show special event application. Ben is here with us on Zoom, and this application is for a one-time event. The Pierce Arrow Society is a nationwide organization, and they have selected Solving to be the place to hold their show today. My understanding is that they have about 150 participants, and they are requesting a pretty simple event permit, which will be in parking lot 2. It would require closure of parking lot 2 on June 25th. They would work with our public works staff for that closure. They would be charged all applicable fees. There's no vendors, there's no alcohol sales, and no road closures. So from our procedural perspective, it's pretty simple. It's only one-time ask of us. They have submitted an application a while ago, but it hasn't channeled through all of the approval channels, and it's here in front of you today so that they can move forward and know that they can hold it if you approve on June 25th. With that, Ben, if you would like to say a few words about your proposal.
Yeah, so hopefully everyone can hear me, Mr. Mayor, council members. Yeah, just with the Pierce Arrow Society. The Pierce Arrow Society was started in 1957, and it's a group of enthusiasts who are dedicated to the history and the preservation of the Pierce Arrow Motor Car Company that was in business from 1901 to 1938 in Buffalo, New York. We are going to be holding our 64th annual car event in Buellton at the Marriott, and we're going to be traveling around the local area and partaking in local events taking place at local businesses and showing people from across the country who are participating in our event the wonderful area that you have to offer. The date that we're actually hoping to have this is going to be June the 24th, which is a Friday.
Thank you for that correction.
Yeah, the application is 23, 24, but it's really up for here, it's only 24, just that Friday.
Okay, council, any questions?
Is that good? Go ahead.
Sorry. We keep doing that.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
100 and, how many? 160 cars or something?
Oh, no, I apologize. We're only going to have 40 vehicles. Right now, it's going to be 40 Pierce Arrow vehicles. The oldest one right now that's signed up to come is 1909, and the newest one is going to be 1937. But it's going to be a total of 40 vehicles with 150 registered members who will be more of a public outreach to the passerbyers within the community.
Thank you. I was wondering how we were going to fit 152 cars in a parking lot.
I understand.
That was my concern as well. When I saw that, I was like, what? That's, okay.
Thank you.
So that answers that question. So are there any other questions of the staff report? No, seeing none, we'll take it out for public comment right now. Is there anyone in the audience? Is this in order? Okay, so, all right. No speaker slips or no one in the audience wishing to speak on that right now, and bring it back. Is there anyone in Zoom that's wishing to comment on this particular item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for final comment and a vote. Any final comments? Or if not, I can have a motion.
I'll move that we approve the Pierce Arrow Car Show special event on June 24th at parking lot 2.
Is there a second?
Second?
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Infante,
Yes?
Councilmember Abrona absent, Councilmember Thomas,
Yes?
Mayor Urick,
Yes.
motion passes 4-0.
Great.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
And now, moving on to item number 6.
Item number 6 is the water and wastewater connection fees presentation. This is the last step from the contract, working with HDR Engineering that we had presented and had approved for this year's scope on updating all of our fees that are associated with water and wastewater. So you have already received presentations and set a public hearing for the actual fees to customers to be heard on June 13th. This presentation here is for connection fees, so connecting to the sewer and water system. We have our consultant Sean online, able to present, and Jose, our utilities director, is also here, who may have a few words.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, members of the public. As Zena stated, we contracted with HDR Engineering, Mr. Sean Korn here is to make the presentation this evening, give the technical analysis of how the connection fees were compiled, and he's here to answer any questions. A couple quick notes on this is the last capacity fee charge study that was completed was in 2015, and connection fees are for water and wastewater are a one-time charge for new and expanded water and wastewater connections. This allows for fees to be collected for future development and impacts on both water and sewer, and it also offsets some of the revenue for the water and wastewater. With that being said, I will turn it over to Mr. Steve Korn so that he can go through his slideshow, make his presentation, and answer any questions from the council. Sean?
Thank you. Good evening. Great to be with you. I'll share my screen here and start the presentation. Mr. Mayor, council members, this evening, as was mentioned, I'll be talking you through the water and wastewater connection fee study. As I do that, I'll talk about what the overall purpose and what connection fees are, the basis for establishing connection fees, the review of the water and wastewater connection fee, summary of the analysis, and then next steps. So to start off, as Jose mentioned, these are one-time charges to new customers connecting to the system or existing customers increasing their capacity or their use of the system or their level of service. As we go through this process, it's a charge that is based on the value of the utility's existing level of service, so that available capacity that's built into the water and wastewater utility, plus any new infrastructures that is required to serve them. So when we think about this, there's two components to it, and on the chart on the right, you can kind of see how this works. If there's available capacity, then existing customers have funded and paid for that. And so new customers need to buy into that since existing customers have been paying that. The future capital to the right side is additional capital infrastructure needs to continue to provide customers with service. And so there's these two pieces that we bring together as part of the analysis so that new customers are on equal footing as existing customers based on the proportional share that they're going to place on the system. So as we go through this, we look at that overall analysis, and it's really valuing the assets and infrastructure or the capacity available in the existing system. As we go through this, we have different methodologies that are outlined in industry standard manuals. That includes the American Water Works Association M1 manual, the Water Environment Federation manual practice number 27, and system development charges for water, wastewater, stormwater facilities. So this gives us our overall approaches that we then need to tailor to the city's utilities, as well as California Government Code 66,013, 66,016, and 66,022. This is part of what's known as the Mitigation Fee Act. And this outlines the requirements for establishing that reasonable relationship between the fee that is charged and the cost associated with providing that level of service or that capacity to the customer. Now, as we go through this process, it's tailored around your planning document. So for the water and wastewater utility, we have some master plans. We have some of the information in the recently completed rate studies that was mentioned you'll be hearing more about on June 13th at the public hearing. And it really comes back to an equivalent unit calculation. And that equivalent unit is essentially based on that meter size on the water utility to calculate what that's going to look like. Now, in addition to that, it's important to understand that this does not include operation or maintenance expenses. This is really the value of that existing infrastructure that's in place to serve those customers or the future infrastructure that's necessary to provide service to those customers. So this is not paying for annual O&M expenses, it's not looking at the cost of operating these existing or future facilities. It's simply reflecting the value that's today. The rate study side picks up those operating cost components. So the way this is calculated, it's a very simple formula that we put in place. The challenge is putting together the pieces of the formula to make the calculation work appropriately. But the calculation is based on current day assets or infrastructure brought to today's dollars, plus the future capital that's necessary to serve new customers. So looking at the formula in the middle of the page here, on the left side, we have that reddish box that says buy-in component. And that's where we take the existing infrastructure, valued at today's dollars, so we use that, calculate that using the replacement cost new, and we determine that based on today's value, and we divide that by the total number of equivalent units that that infrastructure can serve. We then add to that the future capital needs just to serve new equivalent units, and we divide that through by only the future equivalent units. And that calculation ultimately provides us with the maximum allowable connection fee per equivalent unit. Now, as we go through this process, there are some key elements that we exclude from the analysis. So anything that has been grant funded, developer contributed, we back out of the analysis. That is not something that the city or the existing customers have paid for, so we don't collect that through the connection fee. We also back out any outstanding debt principal. So if there was infrastructure that was funded with debt, then we back out any remaining principal payments, because that cost is being funded through the rate side, and we don't want to double count. Once through the connection fee and again through the rates paying that annual debt service. For future capital, we looked at the current capital improvement plan, and we worked with city staff to walk through those different projects to determine what is in place to provide service to serve new customers. And that gives us our future CIP component that's included. So it's not all of the future capital improvements, it's only the portion of future capital that's in place to provide new service. So when you think about this, one way to conceptualize it is to look at the pipe that's being replaced. And some of it may be replacing the existing pipe, but it's being oversized to meet the needs of future development and growth on the system. So in that case, only that growth or expansion component is included in the system. The equivalent unit calculation is based on the system planning capacity for the city's utilities. And so we'll walk through those calculations here, starting with the water side. So what we do on the water side is we come back and look at the average day demand in gallons per day, based on system planning information, and that was based on the 2011 Water System Master Plan, and we went back and looked at the current statistics and information we have in the rate study to tie that out, the persons per household, and the peak day demands. We then compare that to the existing acre feet purchased and produced, so state water coming in, also your wells providing that service, and we calculate the total equivalent units in today's dollars. So on the bottom part of this chart, working our way across under the first row under equivalent units existing, we have the average of the purchased and produced for the last 10 years of 1,285 acre feet. That converts into 1.44 million gallons a day, or MGD. Based on our peak use of 555 gallons per day, we calculate 2,593 equivalent units. We know in total, based on our overall ability to serve new customers, that we can serve a total of 3,176. So based on the existing infrastructure that we have in place today. So that gives us our total equivalent units for the water system. We then take those assets of that infrastructure value, bring it up to today's value on the left side of the sheet when we look at our existing system. And if you go down that column, right down the left-hand side, the first row column of numbers, you'll see at the bottom $18,264,336. That's based on our existing system, our infrastructure in place today, brought to today's dollars, less any of those contributions, the grants or the developer donated or contributed assets. We divide that by our total equivalent units to come up with the cost per equivalent unit. So that's right in the middle there. And you can see the buy-in component for the existing infrastructure is $5,751. We then add to that the future CIP relating to growth, and that's predominantly on the source supply side. That's the expansion of the river wells as well as the new reservoirs, Reservoir 3 and 1, that are going into place in the future. The proportion that's related to growth, and we divide that through by just the future equivalent, so the 583. That gives us a total future component of $3,684. So we end up with a total connection fee, water connection fee of $9,435. That's compared to the existing fee of $8,740 on an equivalent basis, or an increase of $695. So again, the last time these fees were updated was 2015-2016 timeframe, so not a change based on the infrastructure you put in place, as well as the overall system capacity. Now, the way that the fee is implemented is based on the meter size of the customer. So we have here on the left-hand side of this chart, the meter size, and then the meter ratio. That meter ratio is the basis for the amount of capacity that each meter can provide. So looking at a 2-inch meter in the middle of that slide, you'll see it as a meter ratio of 8. That means a 2-inch meter has 8 times the capacity of a 5/8-inch meter. So taking the current fee for a 5/8 inch, which is our equivalent unit, we then multiply that by that meter ratio down the line based on the meter size to calculate that. So you can see with the calculated connection fee per equivalent unit of $9,435 for a 5/8 inch meter, how that increases based on the larger meter size. And that ends up being about a 7.9% increase overall from the current connection fee. Now, just as a point of reference, one of the items that we recommend as part of that is any meter 3-inch or greater should be reviewed by city staff to make sure that that approach to establishing that capacity for that customer reflects the assumptions in the analysis. So when we went back to those planning side of it, we were looking at that typical single-family consumption pattern with the average day and the peak day use. And when you think about some of these larger meters, depending on how they use the water, that can go way up or way down depending on that calculation. So any of those larger meters, we want to make sure that that meter ratio reflects the actual characteristics of that customer. On the wastewater side, we have the recent sewer master plan and the sewer rate study that outlines the overall system needs and capacity of the wastewater system. That total wastewater system design capacity is 1.5 MGD, or million gallons per day. We back out the CFD capacity that is used, so that remains our net capacity of 1.2 MGD. Based on our recent flow data that we used in the rate study, we calculate what that average flow is and calculate that average flow per customer. Then we do the same calculation based on the current flows of the existing plant of 0.5 MGD, leaves the remaining 0.7 MGD. Then we can calculate the equivalent units for the wastewater side. So 2,155 existing equivalent units and 2,980 future units for a total of 5,135 equivalent units available. Same approach on the wastewater side as far as valuing the existing assets. So we take that existing system and bring it up to today's dollars based on the ENR CCI, the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index. So you can see here we have just about $30 million in total existing infrastructure and asset values, less our contributed capital. We divide that by the total equivalent of 5,135 to come up with our total fee of 5,886. On the future side, we have the treatment project that we talked about during the wastewater rate study component, plus some pumping improvements that are related to growth. However, as you come down that future plant line, you'll see that there's less new debt principal. So we know as part of this process, we're looking at debt financing, a significant portion of that wastewater treatment plant project. So we don't want to include that in the overall calculation of the wastewater connection fee. So backing that out, we come up with an equivalent future component of $140 for a total wastewater connection fee of $6,026. That's compared to the current fee of $4,673, or about a $1,350 increase in that fee. So a very similar implementation approach. We base this on the water meter size. There's that relationship between the water meter size and the, and the wastewater flows, using those same AWWA meter ratios based on the capacities of those meters. And then we can compare for the meter size. You'll see here that it's a fairly bigger, larger increase in the wastewater connection fee. A lot of that is based on that existing infrastructure that's in place to provide service to your customers. Again, we would recommend that you maintain the wastewater fee on water meter size, and then looking at those 3-inch and greater meters will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis to make sure that that reflects the capacity of that new customer or the expanded capacity requested by an existing customer. So to summarize this, the connection fee analysis establishes the reasonable relationship between the impact of new customers or development on the system and the charge that we're recommending. The connection fee reflects the current cost of each of the utilities and the value of that capacity. And the connection fees cannot exceed the calculated cost. So this study has calculated that maximum fee that the council may implement. Anything less than that would just imply a sharing of the cost of growth between existing customers and new customers coming onto the system. So this evening, we're looking at gaining some feedback or answer any questions that you may all have. After this meeting, we'll finalize the analysis based on that input and work with staff to finalize that in the report, and then setting that public hearing as part of this process. We also recommend annually updating these fees as you go through your budgeting process using the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index 20 city average. That way these fees continue to increase based on the value of that infrastructure that's in place to serve them. And with that, I will turn it back over to the council for any questions you all may have.
Are there any questions of the staff report? I think I just had one, and that would be, if you're an existing customer, now I've got to go back to the slide that had the existing, the overview of the connection fees, the charge required of all new customers desiring or existing customers requesting an increased level. So if we're trying to encourage some infill and some building, and people want to go from, say, a 5/8 meter to a 3/4 meter if they're going to add an ADU or something like that in the back, are they going to be responsible for the entire fee amount to go to that 3/4 inch if they did, or is it going to be the difference because they already have a 5/8 in place? It would be the difference? Okay.
Correct. So it would be that incremental difference of what they have already paid, or in some cases presumed to pay. It may be an old building, home, commercial. The ADU question, just as a point of reference, There are specific requirements around implementing connection charges for ADUs. So just a side note, that gets taken care of a little bit differently depending on how that's set up.
Okay,
So currently, we just charge them the meter charge and the setting of the meter fees. As Sean mentioned, there are laws that you can't charge for utilities for addition of ADUs. So, but we can charge them for the meter and the placement of the meter upgrading, upsizing.
but you could do that if they put a second unit that's not an ADU in the back.
That is
like a
correct.
full. So would that still be the same thing though if you went and had a second house?
Yes,
I mean, because one of the scary things that we're hearing is, you could put 4 houses on a single family lot now, or up
Yeah.
to 4, not that we will, but just,
yes.
okay.
And real quick, I just want to point out that the date we're looking for the public hearing is for June 27th. I know Sean mentioned we wanted that, but I just want to point out the date of the public hearing.
All right, I think that was all I had for questions.
The question that you just asked was my question, so I'm happy to have you ask that. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. So if we don't have any other questions, is there take it out to public comment? Is there anyone out, and I don't have any speaker slips on this particular one again. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address any item or make any comment regarding this? Seeing none, we'll take it back out to Zoom. Is there anyone out in Zoom wishing to make any comment regarding this fee study? Seeing none, we'll take it back. And do we have a motion? Do we need a motion?
Yes, you would need a motion to set the public hearing on June 27th.
Do we have a motion to set the public hearing for June 27th? And a second?
Who's moving?
You can move it. I have a second over here.
I'll move that we accept this report and we open up the June 27th public hearing, or plan the June 27th public hearing on the connection rates.
And I'll second that. I'm looking forward to it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Infante?
Yes?
Councilmember Arona, absent. Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Urick?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 7.
Okay, item number
We'll let you.
7 is going to be the larger item of the night. I believe most of our audience is here for that item. Item number 7 is the financial plan for 2 years from 2022 through 2024. The roadmap for tonight, if we can have the presentation up again. So we'll go through this in stages. I just want to remind the City Council that this is just a beginning of the conversation. This is a preliminary financial plan. We started this process back in the winter when we looked at some of the financial forecasts, which followed by your goal setting session on February 26th. Those goals are listed in the report, and those goals were reflected in staff's analysis and development of recommendations. So tonight we're here to introduce to you the preliminary financial plan, which introduces staff's recommendations, as well as outlines additional requests from community organizations for funding. There are no recommendations on those requests from staff, but you can definitely request any additional analysis or any additional information as you would like. So the purpose of tonight is really to introduce the financial plan to you, introduce the operating programs as proposed, introduce any significant changes, the capital improvement program, go through each one of the requests, and receive your policy direction. Depending on your direction and your comments tonight, we will come back with modifications on June 27th. If there's any additional information that's needed and there's a need to return on June 13th, we can do that as well, so that we can ensure that on June 27th you are satisfied with the final proposed budget for adoption before the end of this fiscal year. So the roadmap for tonight is to receive financial plan presentation. We will be walking through operating programs and then the capital improvement program. You will also receive presentations or have representatives here in the audience to say a few words and answer any questions about the requests that they have submitted to the city. You have the grant funding applications, which is based on your grant funding policy that you had adopted for this financial plan. And that was focusing on humanitarian services with special focus for senior services. We also have the Elverhay Museum contract extension by 1 year through 2024. And Elverhay Museum used to go through the grant funding application process until a couple of years ago. It was switched to a contract type of arrangement instead. So the current contract expires right in the middle of this financial plan. So in order to align everything with the 2-year financial planning, the proposal is to extend the contract for 1 more year. The senior center request is here proposing or asking for assistance with their relocation, waiver of fees, and also monetary assistance for when they go into construction for their new senior center building. So that's part of your packet. The Solvang Festival Theater had a request for $300,000 at $100,000 a year. You did hear and approve the request for the current fiscal year, but what this entails is the next 2 years and whether or not you would like to allocate $100,000 a year through those 2 years. Danish Days submitted a request for their Danish Days this year. As I mentioned, it's their 50th anniversary. It's also coming back from the COVID and taking a couple of years off. So they're requesting $50,000. 4th of July fireworks, you just approved one for current fiscal year, and that funding will fund the 4th of July that's upcoming. This would be the next fiscal year funding request. And then we also have a People Helping People request, which was submitted directly without going through the grant funding application process. So at the end of this presentation, we will be looking for your direction on operating programs, the capital improvement program, and each one of these requests. Based on your direction, we'll return with any modifications. So once again, to introduce the process and remind everybody where we've been, the City of Solvang utilizes 2-year financial planning. We are just finishing up the first year of a 2-year financial plan. This would be the next 2-year financial plan. The 2-year financial planning allows for a longer look and better alignment of operating and CIP programs to achieve strategic results and the City Council goals. So we started, as I mentioned, with fiscal forecasts back in the winter. We did community outreach, we did a survey, so we received some results from that. And we also held a number of workshops with you as the council where public was able to make comments. On February 26th, as you remember, you set council goals, which were incorporated into this proposal. You also have been at the same time going through internal budget reviews with city staff in order to present to you this preliminary financial plan. After this preliminary financial plan, the policy direction will be moving into budget adoption on June 27th. So these were the city council goals that were adopted as of February 26th when you held your workshop. Goal number 1 was to enhance local water supply and strive for water independence. Goal number 2, develop additional parking with focus on underground parking. Goal number 3, improve circulation and develop multimodal transportation options. Goal number 4, ensure fiscal sustainability and invest in infrastructure. Goal number 5, support and diversify tourism while supporting and honoring local organizations serving our community. So this financial chart here is for the first fiscal year, 22-23. What you would see here is that on the left-hand side are listed all the sources. That's where the revenue comes in. On the bottom, you see all the uses. On the right-hand side is a little bit more of a breakdown for the general fund, which is the largest operating fund. So So if you look comparatively, for example, the general fund revenues are estimated at $10.9 million in fiscal year 22-23, while expenditures are estimated at $9 million. That means that our revenues are higher than our ongoing expenditures. The biggest fluctuations in what impacts the net financial position, which, or in other words, that's the dollar amount that's available in the fund balance, is shown at the bottom on the left. So for example, fiscal year 22-23, the city, as proposed in its budget, will be drawing $4.6 million from various fund balances. You will see that the expenditures are proposed at $32 million, where the capital expenditures are proposed at $6.5 million, which would be your one-time allocation rather than ongoing expenditures. Same is here for 23-24. You will see that the draw on all sources in the net financial position is lower in the second year as proposed, and that's at $3.4 million. This chart here shows the capital improvement funding by fund. So this shows you throughout those years. So we do a long-term look on all of our operating funds as well as on our capital improvement program funding, to where we look forward to ensure that our long-term fiscal sustainability is sustainable and our revenues meet their expenditures for all of those funds. So from 22-23 through 2027-28, this chart shows for the projects that you see in your capital improvement program handouts, where those projects or what funds those projects will be funded from. So in 22-23, for example, you have $3.2 million coming from the general fund. Water fund would draw on $1.2 million, sewer at $60,000, wastewater at $900, transit $300. Measure A is our transportation tax, $468, and then SB1 is also for transportation type of expenditures at $250. So total of the capital expenditures in 22-23 is $6.5 million. This chart here shows 3 years of major contracts for the city comparatively. So on the far right, you will see the proposed 23-24, and on the far left, the history of 21-22 contracts. A few items to note here is that our law enforcement services contract is going up by quite a bit. And just to remind everybody that the year that's not shown here, which is 2020-21, the contract amount was only $1.8 million. The $2.2 million was a negotiated amount. The original proposal was much higher. And now what we are showing in years 22-23 and 23-24 is the current ask from the Sheriff's Department for law enforcement services. It's shown at the same amount because we don't know what the actuals will be. We are presenting it as asked under dispute, and the cities are going into a formal mediation on that. The City of Goleta Library, I think it's important to understand that that is actually a solving library. We simply contract for Goleta, so it really should say City of Solving Library, managed by Goleta City. Goleta City manages the libraries for Goleta, Buellton, and Solving. At this point, they're able to keep the cost at the same level, but they are drawing on reserves a little bit on our behalf. Okay, so moving on into looking at these graphs, which really show the revenues versus expenditures. What this graph shows is the general fund forecast. The revenues are highlighted in green. The ongoing expenditures or operating expenditures are shown in red, while the capital expenditures are shown in yellow. Total expenditure line, which is the blue, is comprised of both your ongoing expenditures and your capital expenditures. So you see that the graph on the blue graph basically mirrors the shape sort of the capital expenditures, as our ongoing operating expenditures are remaining pretty steady. The gray line shows the remaining fund balance. So at all times in the general fund, the fund balance will be in the positive. We do have a policy set to maintain 50% of operating expenditures in our reserve. So that's for unforeseen circumstances. So what this shows you is that in 2021, our fund balance is at about $11 million, which you can see in the financials that we produce at the end of the year when we audit our financials. And then throughout the years, that drops. This assumes funding all of the projects that are included in your capital improvement program, which don't include some of the larger programs that you might want to consider based on your goals, such as, for example, developing a parking structure. That is not included in this analysis. What's included is everything that's actually programmed in those spreadsheets. So if we assume that there's not going to be any major recessions, depression, economic fluctuations, that is where we would be by fiscal year 26, 27, looking forward. So the fund balance would drop to about $5 million, which would still meet our policy requirements of 50% of operating expenditures. Now this shows two graphs that look roughly similar by the shape of it. This is the water fund forecast. Once again, the colors are the same. The blue is the composite of your operating and capital expenditures. The green is your revenue, the red is your ongoing expenditures, and the gray is the fund balance. So what we have in water and wastewater funds is a lot of capital improvement projects that are programmed in. As you know, the rates have not been raised since 2016. The rate study has been completed and will be set for your consideration on June 13th. So what we see on the left is the proposed, or the forecast with proposed rates, and what we see on the right is the graph without the proposed rates. So even though shape-wise they look similar because the same capital improvement projects are programmed into these calculations, you will see that the fund balance drops to only about -$5 million by the outer years on the left, while without the rates, it drops to about $9 million. What this does not show is cash flow that's presumed in our utility analysis from financing. So when the utility rates schedules were built, we essentially assumed majority of capital improvement programs, both in water and wastewater funds, to be funded with different financing mechanisms. So the rates will pay for the financing, but the cash flow will need to be coming from financing. We don't have it simply in our funds. This is a similar analysis for the wastewater, to where you can see, once again, the fund balance drop into about $25 million with the rates if it was funded by cash only without financing, or to over $31 million if there was no rate increase. But this shows you once again that in our analysis we have really worked to ensure that the increases to taxpayers are smoothed out over time, or our fee payers, customers on water and wastewater are smoothed out over time. We're not looking for immediate influx of cash, which would be completely unfeasible in terms of the increases in order to pay cash for these projects. So some of the uncertainties and risk factors that are not necessarily programmed into these long-term forecasts, which should always be on the back of everyone's mind, is economic fluctuations. Economies are not stable over time, so at some point downturns do come into play. Right now, I would say, as you saw during the last financial report, quarterly financial report, we are kind of on the rise in terms of our revenues, recovering post-COVID-19, the whole entire Central Coast is. But we are seeing some troubling signs. The price of gas, the inflation are definitely going to start impacting us, so that is something to consider. Now, during the last Great Recession in the 2000s, Solvang did pretty well compared to other jurisdictions unlike Solvang did during COVID-19, because people still wanted to come and visit Solvang. So that always helps us having an LA base for our tourism and continue to stay fairly strong through recessions. But during COVID-19, obviously, when the economy was shut down, Solvang experienced large drops. There's also the rise in contract costs, as I mentioned. That continues to be a pressure on us. There potentially will be pressures based on the labor market as well. As minimum wages go up and inflation goes up, that is something that will need to be held or accounted for potentially in the future. Right now, the forecast will include 3% increases for salaries, benefits, and other operating expenditures going into the future. The CalPERS and funded liabilities is just something to keep in mind as well. That's something that you don't see on the budget side, the cash flow side, but it is a fact that we have some unfunded liabilities both for our health and our pensions for our employees. On the miscellaneous side, what you see as an example here is Actuary Analysis showing payments as of the last valuation. So as you can see, the payments do increase, and we have this factored into the forecasts, but with market crash, for example, and over the last week, we have seen quite the impacts there. There's no real tell-in. There's definitely a risk factor that the policy board of CalPERS may change their policy and may require even higher payments from their jurisdictions. Those payments are required to be paid, and there is no exiting of the system. So this here shows the valuation based on existing policies. You will see on the top, it's the number that's payable in 2022, that's $405,000, and continues to increase, looks like with a peak in 2030 of $563, or actually in the year 2031, $577 is the highest before it starts dropping down. Okay, so now looking at accomplishments of what we have achieved in the current fiscal year, looking at department by department. In the administration, we have continued to work on the general plan update. We completed 3 out of the 6 stages, including adoption of the guiding principles and preferred land alternative. We have transitioned to elections by district, whether you consider that to be an accomplishment or not, but it was a work product. We completed the general fund fee study and implemented those fees. We also completed the utility rate study, which is currently under consideration. We have completed the permitting software implementation for our planning, code enforcement, business licenses, to where everything is now associated in one place with each parcel. We continue to enhance and produce the quarterly Hydrant newsletter, which goes out to all of our utility billing customers in paper and is also available online. We have filled 10 vacancies and updated the employee handbook. We prepared modifications to city code to address various businesses and zoning regulations, and developed this preliminary financial plan, including multiple meetings and workshops. For Public Works, we completed the South Alisal Road pavement reconstruction project, implemented citywide pavement management system for project scoping, completed drought-tolerant landscaping project, which you see outside, which was supposed to serve as an example to our community. We completed the Solvang Local Roads Safety Plan, purchased 1 new SYV bus, procured new transit operator for the new 5-year contract for our transit operator, reopened Copenhagen Drive, including restriping, re-established city traffic control for special events. For utilities, on the wastewater side, completed phase 1 of the wastewater treatment plant upgrade project. That was nearly a $3 million project. Completed 2021 sewer master plan. Commenced submittal of application for the wastewater treatment plant permit renewal, which is currently in progress. Engaged consultant to seek low interest loan and grant funding for phases 2 and 3 of the wastewater treatment plant upgrade. For water, commenced implementation of 2021 water system risk and resiliency assessment, completed the 2021 Water System Emergency Response Plan. Design and specification of water main line replacement project is underway and has been contracted. Performed repairs at Reservoir 3 and rehabilitated Reservoir or Well 7A. Now, highlighting some of the goals for the next financial plan is to complete the general plan update, to update the CIP in alignment with general plan update, develop solutions for parking considering two-story structure and funding strategies, research public and public-private partnerships as funding solutions for parking and potential small convention center, develop funding solutions for water and wastewater infrastructure, explore revenue measure feasibility, which we are doing right now, but it would go, if it moves forward, it would be on the November election, re-establish marketing program with new organizational structure, fill all vacancies, and enhance employee development program. For Public Works, we would be moving forward, if approved, with the construction of HCA Park multi-upgrade project that's primarily funded with grant funds, construction of the 2nd Street drainage improvements, begin construction of Lot 4 and 5 EV charging stations, purchase the first 100% electric bus for Santa Ynez Valley Transit, update the municipal facilities operations and master plan, construct road maintenance project, scope and design road maintenance project, and implement annual roadway striping maintenance project. And you will have more detail when we go through this in the CIP. For utilities, the goals are to commence research and design for possible well development, complete video surveillance of entire sewer collection system, funding the research for wastewater treatment plant upgrade, sewer line replacement project engineering work, 2022 water master plan update. The last full update was completed in 2011. Upgrade and implement automated meter reading infrastructure allowing continuous monitoring of water usage and continue to manage drought conditions. So the capital improvement program is aligned with the city council goals. It focuses on water resources and utilities infrastructure. It also focuses on traffic mitigation measures, including new projects on Mission Drive and Viborg-Fredensburg Canyon corridors. It proposes the beginning of parking structure study and short-term parking solutions considerations. Other highlights are investment in city park facilities in response to the community survey, and also continued investment in city infrastructure such as facilities and roads. Now I'd like to move towards looking at the organization chart and talk about some of the proposed changes. So this is the existing organizational chart. This was presented to you a year ago, which brought back about a third of city staff post-COVID-19. A majority of those vacancies have been filled, with a couple of them still outstanding, which we'll address in a couple of minutes. So in this recommendation, this organizational chart was developed, even though the city council was moving us towards getting back to normal and staffing back to normal, there was still some concern and some uncertainty in terms of our available revenue, because we were still wearing masks. Things were just not back to normal. We thought that the state hopefully won't shut down the businesses again, but there was no exact certainty. Given the number of positions to backfill, it was also reasonable at the time, but now I'd like to talk to you about fully reestablishing positions for the city of Solvang closer to the staffing level where we were prior to COVID-19. So what this chart here shows is reestablishing or elevation of a couple of positions. What's proposed on the left, and you see the organization chart key to where changes are proposed, is that the positions in sort of the pink-orange are department head level positions. As you would remember, last year we went through reorganization to where the public works and engineering was split from the utilities. So we now have our Public Works Director, Roger Old, and Utilities Director Jose Acosta here with us, who were just onboarded within this past fiscal year. We have the planning manager position that was approved last year, but it still is in recruitment. So what's proposed here is to allow us to reach into a broader range of applicants for the planning position. This is not proposed in 2 planning positions, but it's proposed in sort of a flexible series of positions. One being the planning manager with a job description at planning manager level and the applicable salary to that position. And then a planning director position, which would have a higher level responsibility within its job description and would also come with higher salary. So depending on who we are able to attract, planners are difficult to find right now. Everybody's struggling with finding planners. What this would enable us to do is to advertise it in both categories. So if you received a more junior planner who might need to be somewhat work with additional consulting services, for example, they would be hired on at a lower level of salary. Or if we have a really qualified candidate who is at the planning director level, then they would receive a higher salary and also higher level responsibilities. Now moving on to the left of this chart, what I'm proposing is the establishment of the Administrative Services Director position. That position was never reestablished as part of the reorganization last year. This position is a position that I have been serving in essentially for the past 2.5 years in the same capacity as city manager. I do believe that now that the organization or our community is back to normal in terms of our revenue levels and reestablishment, it is important to start once again focusing and increasing our service levels internally in the organization. The Administrative Services Director does oversee 3 very important internal functions that are very critical to our organization. And it is a high level of responsibility in order to avoid any mishaps in accounting, finance, IT, and human resources. This is proposed to be advertised and set as director level position, who would be held responsible for financial planning, oversight of finance, accounting, IT, and human resources. The human resources manager part-time position is still here in this org chart, and that would be our human resources specialist. I am proposing that we add benefits to that position to better attract qualified candidates, and they would be reporting to Administrative Services Director. The information technology contract would be directly overseen by the Administrative Services Director, which is contracted out. The management analyst position, which is the position that we have on file, would be reporting to Administrative Services Director. We have assistant to the city manager title is a working title. The city had opened up the recruitment about 2 years ago for a management analyst, or job description and the recruitment were held for management analyst. Assistant to the city manager is a title that's sort of a management title that's common in the industry for sort of the next step up for those who are assisting with various city management or interested in that track. But that's where we are with that position. It also oversees the recreation services as well as the front desk office assistant. Now there's a new position being proposed here as the marketing and events manager. It would be a manager level position which would not be subject to the union coverage. This is part of the conversation that we've been having with the Tourism Advisory Committee, and it's proposed to basically be the position that will work closely with the Tourism Advisory Committee on overseeing the marketing service. That RFP just came back. I've mentioned will be reviewed, and I'm expecting that the new contractor will be onboarded at the very beginning of the next fiscal year. And they would also be managing the visitor center contract, as well as working closely with the community on special events, which you would find with special events that there is the logistics part, which really is primarily handled by our Public Works department as far as review of the safety aspects. But then there's also the connection with the community. Our business community is very interested in what type of events are being held, because those events can be either helpful to businesses and bring additional business, or they can actually hinder the businesses based on the closures of locations. So it would be responsibility of this marketing and events manager to work closely with the community and our local organizations to propose which events should be taking place in the city of Solvang. Now this chart here shows the history of positions from pre-COVID levels until now. This is the administration department, which now encompasses in this chart what used to be the administrative services, as well as recreation, as well as the planning staff. So you will see that in fiscal year 1920, before COVID-19, the number of positions was 15. We had dropped to only 8 during COVID-19. Recovered to 11.5 with the current fiscal year. And the proposal is to bring it back up to 13.5 positions or full-time equivalents in the next 2 years. This is the Public Works number of positions. So as far as funding, it actually hasn't fluctuated as much. We went from 8.55 to 7.55 positions, so we only lost 1 position during the budgeting cycle. The 0.55 is because we used to split the cost of the Public Works and Public Works Director, who encompasses both utilities and Public Works. So part of his that position's cost used to be charged to Utilities Department. That's why you see that funny number. So what we're proposing is 8 positions for Public Works. I know that it may, the reason that we have been short-staffed there is really the number of vacancies and the need to hire into those positions. So now we've been able to hire all but 1 position. I expect that the last one will be coming on board fairly shortly. Utilities, we went from 10.45 to 12 positions. This chart does include an additional wastewater operator position. So you will see that the wastewater operator 2 goes from 1 FTE to 2 FTEs. Or actually, I'm looking at the top. It's the at the top you have the water. So actually, water operator 1 is increased from 1 to 2 in the next financial plan, and that was the 1 position that we discussed with you when we walked you through the proposed utility rates. So that 1 position salary was already programmed into those rates. And just as a citywide count of FTEs, we're going from 34 from pre-COVID-19. We had dropped to 25 during COVID-19, and we're going to be back up, if approved as presented, at 33.5 FTE. All right, so now I'm showing all of the proposed organizational changes in more detail. This is the Administrative Services Director proposed position to be funded to restore Administrative Services Director position, which has not been filled since COVID-19 reductions. This is the department level head position for Administration Department, overseeing finance, human resources, information technology, and general administration. So the cost is estimated at about $175,000 with a 3% increase, as I mentioned, which is just assumed into the future years, rising to $180,000 in the second year of the financial plan. The marketing and events manager, as I've described, is proposed to be a city position in order to more closely work with the rest of the city staff. They would be the primary position for the Tourism Advisory Committee, their staff person. And this budget is really proposed to be a decrease from the budget that's allocated toward contractors. So essentially, the function of managing marketing services would be going away from an outside contractor to where we have a little touch point with them to an internal position, a local position, who would be able to manage those services on behalf of the city and manage all the consultants that come under that. This would be a position that would require expertise in this particular field. Code enforcement program changes are proposed at no increase in the budget that's already allocated in the current year, but basically splitting the program or adding to the program to where we have currently, we are contracting out with Eddie, who is one of our retired police chiefs, for our code enforcement. He works part-time hours, basically responds to any calls or emails that come in for code enforcement services. But we do have minimal presence in town, especially during weekends and busy weekends. So what this proposes is a couple of part-time workers. They would really be about a quarter FTE each. They would come with no benefits. There is no impact on future potential CalPERS liabilities. And they would be, as proposed, essentially highly visible, uniformed workers for the city of Solvang, who would be the contact for anybody in downtown, for example, on a busy weekend, to contact with any concerns. They can document any concerns that are going on and pass it on to the code enforcement officer for future action. They can answer questions. They can also monitor, trash collection and report to our staff if anything needs to be addressed within the city on the weekends and during busy weekends, rather than us hearing about any issues from our community members. This request is to increase the benefits for HR manager. This is a rough estimate of $25,000, so this would essentially allow them participation in health insurance and other city benefits in addition to their salary. The custodial contract increase of $150,000, I know it sounds like quite a bit of money. It's essentially doubling the budget that we have in the current year, or rather that we had originally in the current year. We did ask the council this year for additional funding towards that program, and we were granted an additional increase of $150,000. What this does is literally doubling the services that we provide for our custodial services, and all of these increases were really kind of came into play during COVID-19, and the change in having lots of to-go containers is where it started, just needing to keep the restrooms clean, trash picked up. So at this point we are at $300,000 worth of services compared to normal levels of $150,000. Now remember that our revenues are also rather high. I mean, we are expecting record high revenues for both TOT and sales tax this year. So the tourism is up, and the linkage on a temporary basis until things change. If you would like to keep the same service levels, then that's the cost of doing so. Now the planning manager, planning director, I just walked you through that. This is not two positions. This is just a potential to increase either at a lower level or higher level. And the cost of that very difference is about $15,000 a year. Now this is a summary of all of the outside agencies' funding requests. You have the representatives here for you today. We can walk through each of those items throughout this presentation. You can ask any questions. What you see up on top is applications that were submitted as part of the grant funding program. Just reminding you, as you consider these, it's totally up to your discretion, of course, but the policy that you adopted was for humanitarian services with focus on senior services. So potentially not all of those requests fall into that category. And then what you see at the bottom are the other requests that I had mentioned. The Elderhood Museum is a $40,000 request in the second year. I did include the current funding of $35,000 here, but that's already approved and there's an existing contract. The Solon Chamber of Commerce has submitted a request originally at $93,000, but you have in your blue folders presented to you today materials that were submitted after the agenda was posted, and it's now at $250,000. All of the detail is also provided to you in the folder. The Solon Senior Center, as I mentioned, is seeking cash assistance, which is essentially for a temporary trailer, some temporary worker who would help them go back and forth between the Veterans Hall, if that's where they're located, do daily cleaning. They're also requesting a waiver of fees for the use of the Veterans Hall, which would be proposed at the Legion Wing. We have worked out with Recreation a program to where we would be able to work around and accommodate. They would be essentially occupying the space during the day and then vacating it every night. So the fee waiver amounts to about $79,000. So a total request would be at $139,000, while they're expecting to be temporarily relocated during the construction for a period of about 18 months. The Solon Theater Fest, as I have mentioned, have requested additional funding for operating programs for the next 2 years, and that request really comes from the fact that they lost revenues while the project was being renovated this year. The Solon Danish Days Foundation has submitted a $50,000 request for the upcoming year, which would be their 50th anniversary. I have just assumed for the second year the same flat amount. And the same with the Santa Ynez Valley Rotary Club Foundation for the 4th of July at $25,000. The Santa Ynez Valley People Helping People is requesting $25,000. It was not submitted through the grant funding request process. So $749,000 total is requested for fiscal year 22-23. And $615 for the second year. All of this additional funding was plugged into the forecast for the general fund, so technically it's within the limitations, but of course this is a discretionary funding and you could direct this money towards other priorities. With that, I'd like to take some time, I know it's a long presentation, but take a look at the capital improvement program specifically. And I would like to ask Jose and then Roger to walk you through some of the projects and the highlights of the projects that are being proposed with this financial plan.
Good evening. As Zena stated, in your packets for your CIP program, it's a 10-year layout forecasting out 10 years of capital improvement projects. The ones I will review and present this evening are for the fiscal years 22 through 24. These projects keep in line with goal number 1 of the City Council, which was seeking alternative water sources and maintaining water independence. Number 1 on here is the River Well project, and that's estimated through these next 2 years of the budget at about $150,000. We don't anticipate drilling the wells or having the studies completed till year 3 and possibly 4 of the budget. So we're looking at that's going to be pushed out for at least a couple more years before we can get water out of that river if we're approved through the state. We're looking at HCA middle well exploration. We have a well that's drilled there. We're looking at going out there, cleaning up the well, videoing the well, and seeing if we can take water from that well that was drilled a couple years ago. We're hoping to extract about 150 to 200 gallons per minute through that well to assist with our water sources. We're looking at water line replacement projects in the next couple years, which would total of about $1 million. Valve and hydrant replacement program. We like to go out and replace a couple hydrants and also mainline valves that have been broken or no longer function. The water meter AMI upgrades, as mentioned earlier, this would help maintaining constant ability to monitor your water flow and also possibly allow the customer to see their flow and usage as well on a daily basis. Purchase of a water mini excavator purchase, that will assist the water department when making repairs out in the system to main lines, valves, hydrants as well, without having to depend on the use of the backhoe, which is shared by 2 other departments as well. I'll move on to the wastewater utility project, capital improvement projects. Again, keeping in line with water independence in the future, we're looking at phases 2 and 3 of the wastewater treatment water quality project. The completion of phase 2 or 3 will not be completed for a few years, but we are doing the studies and grant funding and possible low interest funding for this project. Staff did receive direction from council last month to also implement phase 3, which was production of recycled water at the wastewater treatment plant. We're also looking at replacing the tractor out at the wastewater treatment plant, which has become outdated and has served its useful life. We're looking at sewer line replacement projects, which were spelled out in the recent sewer master plan, which was completed in 2021. Those projects would total about $860,000. And in year 2 of the budget, we want to complete video surveillance of the entire collection system. This will allow us to assess all areas of the system and find any areas that we may have to make any repairs or any cleaning of.
Thank you, Jose.
A couple comments from me?
Sure, of course.
2 things. First, APCD has a program to help you pay for tractors if they're electrical. I don't know all the rules around the low emissions, whatever they are, but there's a couple of things that APCD will do to help you pay for that tractor. Second question is, second comment or question is, I heard that some of the things we had accomplished before was well 7A has been updated.
Yes, well 7A had to be pulled, rehabbed, and put back into place.
It is back in place now?
Yes, we are not using the well at this time because of the flows in the river.
We'll talk some more. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, if Roger, our Public Works Director, would come up and present the rest of the CIP projects.
Thank you, Zena. I'll try to go rather quick. We got a lot of items to cover here. Here's just a quick summary. We're going to be doing some studies over the next couple of years. Parks, spending most of the capital projects are for next fiscal year. Facilities are pretty high, and streets we kind of balance it out a little bit. But and traffic mitigation, there's a couple of projects in not this coming year, but the following year that ramp up our spending on traffic mitigation as well. Stormwater and the transit is more for vehicle purchases for the electrical vehicles. So if we can go to the next slide. For studies, we're looking at performing our municipal facilities master plan, which is not only going to figure out what our future needs are for our facilities and kind of where we go in the future, but it'll also work on our operational plan to figuring out what our staffing needs are for how to maintain what we have and keep it in good working order, and basically try to save the city some money in that, get better bang for our buck. The Mission Drive pedestrian vehicle corridor studies, study that we're looking at to try to enhance traffic flow through Mission Drive through the downtown. So we're going to try to coordinate our pedestrian crossings with the traffic signals. So I've already had some discussions with Caltrans, but they're open to some of the proposals, but we need to study it first. We need to show them that it's going to work. So they won't talk to us unless we come with a study. The Mission Drive East-West Widening Alternative Study is that's a study to figure out basically on the ends where we want to widen to provide not only for vehicles but also for bikeways and stuff like that. So that was already in the capital plan, and we're just pushing it forward. And then for ADA paratransit update and the Title VI plan, which is for basically equal rights type. Those are both a requirement that we need to update every few years. So those are basically requirements to maintain good, solid federal funding. So if we can go to the next slide. This is regarding parks. So we have we're proposing a playground replacement, which is replace the existing playground there, but then also enhance it with a tot lot and also some other facilities for parents to sit and watch their kids and to kind of entertain themselves, work out. do whatever they want. The next item is the parking lot maintenance, which is a rollover from this current fiscal year, slurrying Sunnyfields and HCA the parking lots. But what we're doing is we have I'll get to it in a minute, but we have a very large slurry seal project. So we rolled it over till this year, this coming year, so that we can have the same contractor do that work and get some additional value. The HCA Park multi-upgrade project and the pump track are two separate items listed in your CIP, but those are mostly grant funded, and so I just kind of listed them all in one line item, and that's you can see the fund is Prop 68, and also general fund there's a local match requirement. The HCA skate park concrete repairs is about $40,000. That was in the again, that was already programmed in our CIP, and now we're just moving it forward. And then the Solvang Park gazebo repairs, that was programmed a few years from now, but because we just recently did the Solvang Park, the sod, we're getting ready to do the pavers in June, and we've costed out the re-roof and the lighting and the gazebo. So we're going to try to hit that somewhere between Danish Days and Yule Fest is what we're looking to get that. So then hopefully we'll have some pretty good facilities in the park. So our facilities, so this is where we get into a bit more of the money for next year. We're currently in design, and we're looking to build the lots 4 and 5 EV charging project. That is to charge not only our bus fleet, but also some city vehicles. The City Hall emergency generator replacement, we're currently in the study format for that. That was also an item for this fiscal year, but we're moving it until next fiscal year for construction. So we're currently studying whether, what's the best option for the city, whether we go a full generator replacement or we do like a solar and smaller generator hybrid, something like that to, provide electricity for this facility should there be an emergency and power shut off. And also we want to be able to power one of the local wells that are here as well. The Veterans Hall ADA and restroom upgrades is an item that it was put off. I think it was supposed to be constructed a couple of years back, but now we're moving it forward. So that's one project that we're looking to move forward with. And then the Veterans Hall emergency generator, we're currently working with the county to get us a cost analysis of what needs to be. They have a program, and they're going to propose likely a solar option, but we would have to take a look at that. But we want to be able to fund the actual installation of whether it's a generator or again solar with batteries. We want to harden that as a facility for if there's an emergency, that's where people will congregate and be able to receive services. So we need to be able to make sure that the power's still on there. Moving down, the City Hall exterior painting is proposed for the following year, 23-24. We got a couple projects for our annex building. One would be in 23-24 would be the painting, so we'll paint City Hall and that building at the same time. And then we have a little drainage project to do. Lot 72 improvements for special event parking. So we added this as a discussion for council goals. So this would be for special event parking. The number we put there assumes about 1.5 acres of grading and Class 2 base installation with some enhancements to the gating to make sure that people just don't drive up there and spin donuts or do whatever the heck they want once we level it out. And we're looking at 1.5 acres. I have, just kind of back of the envelope, I figured about 170 spaces is what we could gain for special events. The parking structure, that item is to study. Basically, we got a few lots. We got lots 1, 2, 4 in the vet center, which were proposed with the parking study to take a look at for a potential parking structure. So we're going to take a look at those, identify what the best solution would be, what the preferred alternative is, and then do kind of a rudimentary design so that we can develop cost estimate, and then based on that, what are our funding options, whether, as Ina mentioned, public-private partnership or going to bond, getting a loan, something like that, because we're probably looking at for 200 spaces, partly underground, we're probably looking at $4 to $5 million at least. So so it's, don't come cheap. We're looking at purchasing a public works bucket truck. So on the high end, it's gonna be $200,000. Probably come in a little bit less than that, but we're looking at a few options there. But that is to allow us to hang banners, string lights on the trees, do some tree trimming. Basically our operations, the lift that we have right now is, it ain't working. Even the ones we rented, one of our guys got stuck up there and we had to call the fire department to come get him out, so. So let's get our own so we know how to use it, you know, hopefully brand new, and we'll make it work. And then the last item under facilities is a restroom fixture upgrade project, which we're looking to replace all the faucets with the touch-free faucets, so that, including this building, basically all our facilities, not only the restrooms, but all our city facilities. So we'll have brand new fixtures that, you know, you put your hands under and the water runs, so you don't have to, and that will save. Right now, we replace a lot of them, particularly in our restrooms, because you push the thing down, people bang on it really good. You know, it's, they can be a little rough. So hopefully we'll save some money by, I guess, spend money to save a little bit of money. Yes.
Two comments.
Councilman Aponte.
First, please look into the APCD reimbursement for low emission vehicles for your lift truck. They're doing that for all commercial vehicles, farming vehicles, and there's a lot of money available to support low emissions, electric vehicles primarily, but there's some money. The one question that comes to my mind is lot 72. Has that been agreed to?
No, it has not. This is a placeholder for moving forward. In case you do want to, we have not received direction to do it. I received direction to kind of cost it out and figure out what it would take. I put the line item in there so that it's in the budget for if we want to move forward.
Thank you.
On streets, so I've kind of redesigned the capital plan to where we're doing a slurry seal one year and then doing a more of a pavement overlay, a kind of a more enhanced repair. So the slurry seal is designed for to repair roadways that are in good to fair condition, and then anything that's a little bit less, we would do section repairs and then do a thin maintenance overlay or an overlay. So you can see the slurry seal is scheduled for 22-23, and then the following year, 23-24, is the pavement overlay. So every year we have $75,000 set to basically prep the roads for the next year's program. So if it's a slurry, we're going to be doing crack sealing, maybe some minor section repairs for the larger overlay, which is what we'll be doing this 22-23 for the 23-24 project. We'll be doing some sectional repairs and just getting the road ready to receive that treatment that we want to do. We've also in the fund, there's kind of a balance of Measure A, gas tax, and general fund. It's all listed in the CIP. If you pull it open, you can see that. Also with the pavement overlay and repairs project, there's contributions for Measure A, gas tax, and general fund. Measure A will fund the miscellaneous road repairs, and it's an even split for the sidewalk infill and repair. I just met today with our sidewalk grinding firm, and they do an inventory of all the sidewalks that need to be repaired and ground down. There's some that are just beyond grinding, so I'm getting a list of those. We can hit this with this sidewalk infill project, and then we'll also look at installing sidewalk where there is no sidewalk to try to increase circulation throughout town. Our active transportation non-motorized vehicle facilities, that is, it's a study at this point, but it's not listed as a study because it's more developing a program. This is going to feed some other projects that for bikeways, multi-purpose trails, trails through our parks that connect roads, stuff like that. So we're looking to up our game and up our commit ourselves and up our game to try to go after some of these highly competitive grants we're finding that in order to do that, you really need to have your ducks in a row. So this is what we're looking to do is do a study, hopefully combine it with the circulation element and really get our ducks in a row and draw from a lot of the public outreach that's gone on for the general plan update as well to update our trails program, and so that then we can become more competitive in some of these active transportation grants, which again are highly competitive and kind of tough to get, but I feel pretty confident that we can represent ourselves well and go after some of these. So Freedomsport Canyon Pedestrian Facility is, we're looking at doing design next year and then construction the year after. That is, again, we're trying to enhance our pedestrian connectivity and pedestrian safety. And what that will do is we have some bike lanes and pedestrian facilities on Chop Hill. We have some bike lanes on Vibor. What we don't have is anything on Freedomsport Canyon. People walk it anyways. It's a little blind. It's not that great of a situation. So we're trying to improve that situation by identifying it and saying we're going to do something about it. So that's what we're trying to do here with this pedestrian facility. And then also about $65,000 a year we're putting towards access ramp improvements. That's when we're doing sidewalks, we will also improve some ramps, take some ramps that are currently not ADA compliant and make them ADA compliant, and then also put ramps where they don't exist now. So connecting, allowing ADA access. Bike lane improvements, restriping and connecting, connectivity throughout town for our bike lane access. That may be not just bike lanes, but also sharrows and other things, just letting people know, hey, expect bikes on the road. The public parking lot maintenance, this was in our previous CIP, we're just moving it forward. This is maintenance for Lot 1. And then the Alisal Bridge Pier Repair Project, again, this is 2 years of about $80,000, and it was identified in the 2012 study. There's 4 piers that need to be upgraded. It's going to take 2 years just to study, design, get the environmental clearances to get down the river and do a project. And then the following year is, and this will also prepare us to try to go for it's a highway bridge program, which is a state and federal fund to allow us to keep our bridges, our necessary bridges, well maintained. So that's what we'll chase after. Next slide. For traffic. So we only got 2 items here. So the Mission Drive pedestrian signal improvements was scheduled for 23-24, and that would be the end result of that Mission Drive study that we got to get to Caltrans. So we're looking at potentially a couple of pedestrian signals. We'll see what the study produces, but from what I've proposed to Caltrans, we control the pedestrians, allow them to cross in certain ways at a controlled access intersection that can be interconnected with the traffic signals that are there that are already interconnected. So it's basically just coordinating and allowing traffic to flow and letting pedestrians flow at the same time. And then the Mission Drive East End Bikeway Shoulder Widening Project is $50,000 is for initially studying it, and then the $200,000 is for design. The following fiscal year in our 10-year CIP is for construction, about $3 million out of general fund. We'll see if we can chase after some grants for that, because it's basically widening the shoulder for bike lanes. So that could really play well into if we play our cards right for that active transportation plan.
Isn't that Caltrans right away? How do we get the rights to do that?
We could get the rights to do it if we propose it. Caltrans would jump at allowing us to widen their road at our expense. It would just require a set of plans and an encroachment permit, so they would be happy to do it. We just have to ask ourselves, do we really want to do it without any sort of other form of grant funding?
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Stormwater trash capture improvements. This is in response to an unfunded mandate from the Water Board that we have to be ready to start capturing anything cigarette or larger We have to not allow it to flow to any creeks or rivers. So our Second Street drainage project is installing the first very large trash capture, and we're going to look at some other options with this line item for some additional trash capture. And then the fiscal year 23-24 is the start of the study for the Adobe Creek culvert replacement. And then for transit, it's a vehicle replacement program. We have already received a grant for about $300,000 for the first electric vehicle. That's what this purchase will be. And then the following year was programmed for $215,000 for another vehicle. We might have to bring in some more transit funds for that, because these things tend to be running a little more expensive than, it's surprising how much these electric vehicles cost. Because they're not even Teslas, but that concludes my presentation.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Roger. I will just really quickly run through a couple of additional slides here, which are a wayfinding project, which is not included in the program CIP, but wanted to introduce you based on your council goals, what that would cost approximately. This is the middle ground cost. We basically took the design that was developed for the signs that the design review committee had approved. This is also only for pedestrian signage. So what this presents is a program to where we would fund the entrance sign replacements, and then also monument type of signs on major intersections for walk-in that then could be turned into a program working with the Chamber of Commerce to where those spaces on major intersections would be sold to businesses in order for them to display their name. This does get to be quite costly. You will see 8 directional marquee signs at $25,000, 2 monument signs, and actually the TAC had recommended doing 4, so adding 2 more entrances to the city. Application of the payment of sidewalk, wayfinding at $50,000, and the design of the whole thing at $35,000. So if the council wants us to pursue such a project, it's about $405,000. There would be some potential revenue coming back through the leases of those spaces, but it would definitely take a while for the city to recoup any of these expenditures, and it is a significant investment. You can also direct us to continue with this direction and also bring to you a project cost for what it would cost to really develop a wayfinding system for the traffic for your vehicular circulation, essentially. So these are pretty costly projects, but we're happy to continue to work on them based on your direction tonight. And this one, I would actually not even recommend that you approve as part of the budget, but I just wanted to show you what the next step might cost. The European Plaza, if that comes out to be a subject matter going out of the community workshop, in order to design it and move it forward, it would be about a $60,000 cost for that type of project. And we would be looking at a design firm that specializes in that type of project to do so. So with that, I would like to turn our attention back to all of our guests here today. They have listened to us long enough to give you an opportunity to maybe have them present their request one at a time, starting with Buellton Senior Center.
Before we do that, do you guys mind if we take a 5-minute break?
No.
Just to stand up, use the facilities, and then we'll start. the House.
And I haven't been home.
I might be able to finish one. Anyway,
If I could have everybody bring it back in. Hopefully you're settled.
I mean, the letter says it all.
You got all your stretches in and your yoga poses done.
I kind of just listened to my dog and ponies.
We'll get ready to get started.
I did my presentation kind of reinforce what we do. Didn't have any. We're asking. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, I want to get home before, I got a Rotary in the morning at 7.
I haven't been home since like 12.
We'll sleep well tonight.
Not very much. You so I can kind of see the council.
You're just trying to stop here first.
Yeah, no, I think we get called in order to get on.
What are you here for? You, baby?
Okay.
How is the...
All right, we can get started. Call the meeting back to order at 9:10. Madam City Manager, if you wanted to bring the next person up.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have a list of all of the special requests. The first one up on the list is the Buellton Senior Center.
Wow, good evening. Thanks for having us, Mayor Urick and City Council members. We're excited to be here. I'm Pam Nico, and I'm the CEO of the San Ynez Valley Senior Citizens Foundation and the San Ynez Valley Community Outreach. This is
Judith Dale,
Judith,
Board President.
Judith, and so we're gonna try to get this under the really 3 minutes, but I wanted Judith to be able to speak tonight too. So I want to thank you for all your past supports, and also I would like to thank you for not only supporting us, but supporting all of the other nonprofits here in the room that help with seniors, and how that we all work together because of that support. And because we do all work together, this is an amazing community to do that, where we can call, they can call, and somehow we just manage to take care of all of the seniors and veterans in the valley. So I'm going to tell you a really quick story of one of the Solvang residents that we help. He is a veteran from the Gulf War. He came to us because he needed immediate medical care. We found out that he had a balance due at the Veterans Administration Hospital, so we were able to, with different organizations in the valley, get that paid off. Then we drove him back and forth from the surgery. He had colon cancer, had some of his colon replaced, back and forth to radiation appointments. Actually, during his recuperation period, got a Solvang resident here to put him in his guest house. Then we were able to get him permanent housing at Los Alamos. So that was like a huge success story from beginning to end, and just shows how the whole valley working together really makes this work. Now I'm going to turn this over to Judith.
Pam gave you an example, and you're probably wondering why Buellton Senior Center is coming to Solvang. Well, the reason is we serve 68 Solvang residents with over 400 annual trips to medical appointments a year, Solvang residents, to their dialysis, chemo, radiation, eye care, Veterans Administration in Santa Maria, and to all of the hospitals. And each trip costs us on an average of $75. We're asking you two things tonight. We're asking you for $20,000 total, $15,000 for the transportation program, and if you do the math, $75 per trip for 400 trips is over $30,000. So we're only asking you to halfway fund the people that we serve from Solvang. And we go on, as Pam says, we're a full group. We not only take them, but we go into the appointment with them. So we don't just drop them in the parking lot and say, well, we'll wait out here for you, because many of them are very disabled. And our van has oxygen in it for them and wheelchair accessible. So we are able to do it. We serve, yeah. As I say, our second $5,000, I'll rush through this, is for the food program. Approximately 90 Solvang residents come to pick up our food baskets every Monday and use our pantry. So we are not just the Buellton Senior Center. We've actually changed our name to the San Ynez Valley Community Outreach, because we, as Pam said, we coordinate with all of the groups and serve the entire San Ynez Valley, but we take your seniors and your disabled people to their medical appointments, and we're asking you to fund half of what it costs us. Thank you for all you do. I've sat where you sit. These are tough decisions to make, but keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Okay, next up on the list we have the Santa Ynez Pirate Football.
Okay.
Good evening, City Council and City staff. My name is Brenda Messer. I am the Vice President of Santa Ynez Pirate Youth Football. I want to begin by thanking the Mayor and Councilmember Clark for your donation of paying for our banner. That was so appreciative. We're so appreciative for that, and I just want to say thank you again. Just a little bit of background about Santa Ynez Pirate YFL. It's been one of the most popular youth sports organizations in our valley since the 70s. We used to be part of the Santa Barbara's organization. In 1985, John Hampson established the Santa Ynez YFL. Our league has since developed into one of the stepping stones for players to develop their skills before entering high school. Our coaches fashion their playbooks to mirror the high school program and get ready for high school. Our organization relies on the community support. We fundraise before and during the season with car washes, bake sales, and banner sales. This year we have been encumbered with purchasing new helmets and shoulder pads for the kids, which is approximately $12,000. Helmets only have a shelf life of 10 years, and every 2 years they have to be recertified. And that cost is usually around $6,000. The cost of renting the high school fields to practice and have our football games have increased dramatically. Our last year's bill was over $13,000. We totally understand that most of your grant funding is reserved for Solvang citizens and senior organizations, which I totally appreciate. But the youth also is a vital part of our community. And as our organization is valley-wide, we do have several City of Solvang resident children that are part of our organization. And this is also the cheerleading squad. We are early on with our registration this year, but we're hoping to have a bantam team this year, which we haven't had in years, and that's the real little ones. So we're really hoping that we get those kids out there. Tonight I'm asking for a $10,000 grant, which will help pay for equipment, reconditioning of the helmets, and our field costs. And we really thank you for your consideration. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Brenda.
All right, next up we have the Santa Ynez Valley Fruit and Vegetable Rescue.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Terry Delaney. I'm the founder of Veggie Rescue. There was a wonderful saying that we like to repeat at Veggie Rescue, and that is, many hands make work light. And it really, with the nonprofits here tonight and nonprofits throughout the valley, it takes many hands. And let's see here. From all of us at Veggie Rescue, we thank you for thinking of us and your support, and for the financial help. Nourishing our seniors have always been on our list, starting at the beginning of 2010 when we started Veggie Rescue in the back of our pickup truck. And to give you a little snapshot, a lot of people don't know some of the numbers, but we have, in 2021, we redirected 525,000 pounds of food here in the valley. Program to date, since we started in 2010, is 2.3 million pounds, which is about 70 truckloads of food that would have just disappeared, basically. Also, in those numbers, we like to say that the nutritional value is priceless. You know, we have these big numbers, but really when people can get nutritious food for free at the senior centers and shelters, it is priceless. Let's see here. I just want to give you a little idea that 14% of the food that we redistributed since the beginning went to the senior centers in our community, which is approximately 322,000 pounds of fresh vegetables. We're also now working with Cisco Foods in Ventura. We go down there once a week and we get a little bit of everything. So we've expanded from straight vegetables into other food products. We are truly the refrigerated logistics model in probably in Santa Barbara County. The food bank has a lot of refrigerated trucks too. I was in the seafood business my career, so I knew the value of refrigeration. When we started, and it was in the back of a pickup truck, it's 100 degrees out. It's a little tough to deliver lettuce. Oop, am I done?
No, finish. Please finish.
What's that?
Please finish.
Oh, please finish. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's see. So we've been servicing the Solvang Senior Center, Atterdag Village, Bethania Church, and the Buellton Senior Center. That's a few of the senior outreaches that we work with. We have a mobile solar cooler that we're working on that could literally go global. It's at the homeless shelter in Lompoc, and we also have our prototype 1 that is going to help the Solvang Senior Center when they move to the Vets Hall, and it'll give them more room for the refrigeration. I would like to say that food insecurity is very real in our community. Do I pay the rent? Do I go to the doctor? Can I afford affordable or nutritious food? Let's see here. I think that's basically. Oh, I just have to ask, have you seen our trucks?
Yep.
Have you seen the carrot? I think, we talk about, one thing we talk about in Veggie Rescue is nourishing our community. And that is the part where people see that truck and they know that something good is inside of it and it's going to feed people. That's part of how we nourish our community. So thank you very much. And as I always say, onwards.
Thank you.
Sorry, I talked too much.
Okay, next up we have the Solvang Senior Center.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Charlie and all of the city council, Zena and staff. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you very much for that presentation.
Yeah, sit down.
Are we ready? Thank you. So we visit you every year, and every year you're gracious to us and you support the Solvang Senior Center, who we take care of folks valley-wide. We take care of folks in Lompoc. We have people who visit us from Santa Maria, Guadalupe, who come to the center as a source of friendship, fellowship, nourishment, fun, companionship. You've had confidence in what you have, the funds that you've given us every year. You're confident that we'll use it correctly, which we do. We're very frugal, and part of what we focus on is helping to have seniors age in place safely in their homes as long as possible. One of our main goals is to try to help seniors stay at home and keep them out of the hospital, keep them out of our lovely places like Adderdag and so forth. But we supply them with a place to not only feed their bodies, but their mind and their spirits to stay active, because seniors or active aging adults are the largest growing population that there is. And I think that my fellow Wilton Senior Center and so forth can attest to that. And all of you up there. I heard that. But as that population ages and grows, many folks who had a partner, had a husband or a wife, they find themselves single. And what do? They can stay at home and do nothing, try to figure out what their resources are, or they can come to us and we can help give them guidance. And we can, help them with what types of social services do they need, guide them in that direction. If we can't do it, we'll find somebody who can take care of them. So we are thankful for what you've done for us in the past. As you've read through your packet, you can see how we are growing. Therefore, we're asking for $70,000 this year to take care of those growing needs that we have, which are 3,250 meals, 700 hours of education and exercise classes, and senior outreach. So we like to take care of the whole person, and we thank you for helping us do that. Do you have any questions?
Originally, you were asking $60,000 and $79,000 waiver fees. Is that?
That's for our transition for our building. This is for our operating.
So this is just the operating you want?
Yes.
You're looking for?
Yes.
70?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Helen.
Okay, next up we have Solving Arts and Music Foundation.
Good evening, Mayor Uhrig and council members. My name is Jody Williams. I'm the president of the Solving Arts and Music Foundation, also known as SAM. Our mission is to bring arts and music education to every student at the Solving School. We operate an after-school academy as well, which is what this funding request is for. This is a program that SAM manages and coordinates completely autonomously. You're going to be handed out some pictures from one of the classes we were able to do before the end of the school year. This is the first class we were able to do since the shutdown. And this was a great, heartwarming example of how much this means to the children and the parents. We had a long waiting list to be part of this class. We were only able to do this one, but we're looking forward to having a robust schedule in 2022-23 school year with many more classes, more fine arts classes for the upper campus, lots of mixed media classes for lower campus. And we also, before COVID, we were at a very robust schedule with martial arts and language arts and violin and gymnastics and yoga. So we're trying hard to get our curriculum back to that level. So this funding request would allow us to focus on being able to recruit all these instructors back and offer them for the next school year. Do you have any questions for me? Yes, that was me. That's me. I volunteered my time to help during this 4-week course so that we could have more students. The instructor, Irina Malcolmus, was amazing, but that's a lot of students to have all on your own. So I said, you know what, I will volunteer. And I led the students from the lower campus to the upper campus and provided a healthy snack each week. And I just loved working with the kids and seeing how much they grew. That's Audrey, yes. Yeah. How much they grew during this 4-week course even. And all the parents had such great feedback. We did a survey at the end of the school year, and 98% of the people surveyed said they cannot wait to have more after-school academy classes back next year. And the 2% that is extra there, they weren't able to do the classes and they haven't been at the school long enough to experience them yet.
What grades are these for?
TK through 8th.
TK through 8th.
And we're gonna be able to really tailor some of these classes to more advanced classes for, say, 6th through 8th grade that have more skills. One of the illustrative instructors I'm working with, he also wants to set up a curriculum with the high school even, and have classes that build on each other throughout the year. So I'm very excited about that. That's something Sam hasn't been able to do before. So like I said, we're trying to get it back to that robust state, but even make it better, bigger, and more advanced curriculum.
Any other questions? Thank you.
I'll add one thing. My lovely dopey kid started out with Sam and now he plays the trumpet in a symphony band in Santa Barbara.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
It's pretty cool.
Very
And
cool.
Matthew Schick was wonderful.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next up we have Elverhay Museum.
Well, I didn't really prepare any notes this evening. I trust that you've all read the packet, but I just wanted to say that I'm here again, and I am speaking from a point of gratitude for all that the City Council has provided over the years. We're in year 2 of a 3-year contract, and I'm here today because I thought it would be advantageous to speak to you as you're preparing a 2-year budget, since our contract expires in the middle of your 2-year budget plan. You know what we're due over at the museum. I can tell you some more, but I think you are aware of our many programs and our contributions to the historical and cultural landscape of Solvang and preserving and sharing that. We also do support the visitor center and the marketing and tourism agencies with educational, informational, historical context for all that they do. So currently our agreement is extended through the end of June 2023 for the third of 3 $35,000 in increments. I'm asking for an increase to $40,000 to reflect the added costs of inflation, as we all are experiencing, and extending the contract through fiscal year 23-24. If you have any more questions for me, I'm certainly open to that, and I just looking forward to continuing to work with the City Council and continuing what we do and have been doing since 1988 at Elverhay Museum. Any
So just to
questions?
clarify,
Mhm.
35,000 through next June, and then 40 for the additional year after that.
Correct. The
Okay.
current contract goes through next fiscal year 22-23, and I'm asking for the 1-year extension for 23-24 in the amount of $40,000.
Okay,
So in
thank you.
addition to it. Thank you. And I'd also like to say that we have many supporters here this evening, including a couple of my board members. President Dennis Bales is in the room and has been here the whole evening, as has Michael Elliott, another board member. So thank you.
We could do that. Thank you, Esther.
All right, next we have Solvang Chamber of Commerce.
Hi, Tracy Beard with the Chamber. On our initial discussions with Zena, we had discussed asking for $93,000. And at the time, with our current marketing organization leaving us effective May 31st, we wanted, that my date can't be accurate either, we wanted to make sure that we did not have any gaps in the system. to have economic growth and development where it's crucial to sustain the growth of the Solvang tax base, especially right now in this post-pandemic environment. During the pandemic, the Chamber of Commerce was fortunate enough to receive some grant assistance through PPP and through the state of California, and we chose to use that to help fund our chamber with economic development programs that were challenging, and made sure that every business had an opportunity to stay solvent at this time. And now with the chamber, those programs ending, we are asking for some financial requests. Our map is this map. We give it to the visitor center at full request. We don't ask anybody how many they want to have. We used to just give it to chamber members only years ago, but with city funding that we received in 2019, 2018, we were able to put everybody on the map, so we don't exclude anybody on this map because of chamber membership at all. We know during the month of December you allocated $35,000 to us. We were able to turn that 1 month into 3 months of commercials, including having an additional 553 spots for the city of Solvang up and down the coast. We felt they were so successful that we bought more spots with, I like to say, Fox TV and the NFC AFC Championship games, and we were boosted to what we like to say 3 million households Solvang was in one day on the game, pregame, and the aftergame at our expense. And we felt that was a booster during that time that we needed it most. And we're asking to kind of renew our contract and kind of work together with the city as we have in the past since this pandemic cycle. And we'd like to add that money to commercials. We have mapped everything out for you financially of what we would spend the money on with receipts. And we are asking with that audience, we know that most of the time we like to say everything is digital, but we know digital TV is done also. And everybody sees a commercial on digital TV now from Hulu, Disney, and other media sources. We watch TV. Everyone from 45 to 80 years old typically watches TV, and they get their information on TV and not on their, we like to say, connected and on our little cell phones. So I do think there's opportunity for us to work together. We know other DMOs in Santa Barbara County are going to connected TV, and this is our opportunity. So we laid out a plan very quickly and a 2-year fiscal plan for us to work together, and we're willing to just work on every level. In the past, we have done our guide, which we know we think should be digital at this point and should not be in print anymore. And we have, as you said, we've gone to QR codes in this community with our map. So that is just what I'd like to say. If anyone has any questions for the chamber, and we felt we've been a good economic driver and partner during this pandemic for the last 2 years. And the coupons you have right now are coupons that we've given out to the boat weekly, and we've met the boat down the cruise ships as they come up. So those are what we're giving them, and as coupons come to the center and to the hotels.
Any questions of Tracy? I just had one, just to clarify.
Yes.
On this one sheet here, it says full budget.
Yes.
Is that $250 for the 2 years?
That is
So it's
a
broken down,
$250, that
125.
is what we decided on we were receiving $250 previously with the council, and this is what we wanted on an economic budget of 23 of 109 to 93,000. The full budget was $250 a year, and we felt this is where the deficiencies were that are leaving our community right now with IDK leaving, and we've always missed that, as we told you during Christmas, and you had agreed with us for that $35,000. We were able to turn it in to much more money by prepaying our commercials. And so that is something, yes, we would like to try to negotiate what we're doing, but we put a full budget together that we felt needed to be, and money was sitting on the table as an organization was leaving.
2-year budget.
Well, this is our 1-year budget each year, so we would like a 2-year budget from you of $250 each year. or something to negotiate with what you would like to see in the organization. And we kind of mapped it out, and we have every receipt proposal on commercials, everything to what the, we put the maps all up and down the coast. Our other organization did not do that, was certified. That was done with the previous CBB. That had not been done. We picked that up before, as they left for the last 4 years now, I guess it's been. And so that's what we've been doing now, is working with certified, and our map goes in, and it's the most pulled item there, and people walk and they want a map when they come to Solving. And we don't ask our visitor center to pay for the maps when we give them to them, and we've given them over 40,000 maps this year. So we have to do a huge printing, and we know we're out. We've been out for 30 days, and we've been moving maps around back to the visitor center. And they're gonna need 40,000, and we only allocated 29,000 last year. And we know they need them. And we put them in our hotels, everything, so thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Okay.
Okay, next we have the Solving Senior Center for their one-time funding for the new senior center building request. Senior center?
It's me?
Yeah.
Where is, sorry, we have multiple people here. I'm Alan Hitt. I am the co-chair of the capital campaign for the building. Additionally, we have been working.
With me, Henry Housing.
This is Hank. Hank is in charge of the transition analysis to come up with the cost of what we presented in the packet to you, which you have. And the gist of it is that we need a 1.5 year placement for our seniors. And we've researched Solvang, and this is the most affordable spot for us to transition for a 1.5 year for construction. We have moving tentatively in January out of our portable into hopefully the Vets Hall. Couldn't have been 3 minutes. Anyway.
It's in the budget. It's in your packet.
So, we're moving forward with the construction. So everything is positive, and we just need a green light from the city council to have that property. We're gonna leave the property as it is every day. And I think the calendar has been pushed forward for other activities to have access to it in addition to us, so we will not conflict. And if you have any questions about any of our budgetary items, Hank can assist with that, or transition questions. We need a space for a 1.5 years.
Starting January.
Tentatively, we're gonna start moving, and the goal is to move the portable building, and that, you know, we have a 30-day permit to move the building wherever. If anybody wants to buy a building, they can get it cheap, but that'll be gone, and then we can start excavating that county land. And we've met with the sheriff's department, everybody's okay.
It starts in January.
Tentatively. You know, it's
Starts with
construction.
the planning commission next month.
Yeah, and we're coming back to the planning commission with full paperwork at the June or July meetings.
So right now, just to clarify, your ask is the 60,000 plus the 79,000 in waivers?
So the waiver of the
Something along
fees would be about $79,000.
Okay.
Correct. Any other questions?
Yes.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
All right, next we have the Solving Theater Fest.
Solving Theater Fest, do we have a representative? I've not seen a representative for Theater Fest here today. I can definitely communicate with them and ensure that they received the note. Check back with them if we need to bring back additional.
This is in addition to what we went over a few weeks ago?
This would be, so when the request was originally submitted, which is included in your packet, the request was for $300,000 in total to help them with operating costs, which they lost revenue during the construction and closed off. So I had presented to you before just the $100,000 to be paid in the current fiscal year, which has already been paid, because it was within the current fiscal year, along with the Yule, or with 4th of July, for example, for this year. But the additional 2 years of funding that were requested are $100,000 for each one of the fiscal years of this 2-year financial plan.
May I ask? In the previous meeting, when they approached the council, they had talked about expanding earlier into the spring and later into the fall. Have you heard anything back from that?
I have not communicated with them about any details on that, but as I check back with them, I can definitely ensure that.
Please do, thank you.
I think they're starting their first programs in August.
The first,
And I had,
the first concert is going to be in July. I believe it's
Right.
July 16 or 17.
Yeah. But I believe there's actually some play starting up in August
Yes.
for like a 3-week run, and then going, there's 2 plays coming up,
Yes.
August and September.
So if necessary, if there was any communication issues or anything like that, we can bring them back on June 13, so you can have a
Okay,
discussion.
thank you.
Okay, so next up we would have Solving Danish Days Foundation. And I'm not seeing a representative either. It's been a while since I communicated to them that I had received a request and it would be on today's date, so if that's the same issue, obviously this is the 50th anniversary of the Danish Days, so it would definitely be good to hear about their program and what they're proposing. So I will connect with them as well, and I would recommend that you bring them on the 13th so you have the opportunity to ask questions. The next
Do you know
one,
what their ask was? Was it 50?
their ask is $50,000, which is basically double of what they used to request before. This is their comeback. They haven't been funded for 2 years so far because of the COVID-19, and they weren't holding Danish Days, so this is their big comeback.
Right.
Okay, so next up we would have the Santa Ynez Valley Rotary Club Foundation for the 4th of July.
My name is Greg Pensa, Councilman and Mayor. You funded us for this year for the 4th of July, and we're asking for funding for next year. This event brings 5,000 people to the Santa Ynez Valley. 1,000 of those are military, which are let in free. 70% of those people come from outside of the Santa Ynez Valley. We did a survey a couple of years ago. And this is dual benefit to Solvang, because we bring tourists to Solvang, but we also benefit all of these nonprofits here. Everyone that you have here tonight has received money, substantial money, from the Santa Ynez Valley Rotary Club in the last couple of years. We funded $50,000 in COVID relief over to Bethania Church, People Helping People, Buellton Senior Center, Solvang Senior Center. We help with the Danish Days. We gave $10,000 to the Festival Theater as a donation. We also gave $10,000 to the Solvang Senior Center. So we support a lot of nonprofits, obviously, here. Our expenses are going to go up from about $54,000 to close to $70,000 this year. The fireworks is $25,000 of that. But there's also, we're anticipating, increase in fees because we have not done it since 2019. We are expecting a huge crowd this year because Goleta, Lompoc, and as far as I know, Santa Maria is not doing fireworks this year. So we're going to be the focal point of fireworks, and in Santa Barbara, they're only shooting off the fireworks. They're having no festival at all down there. So We've had to hire an outside facilitator to coordinate the event in Fuego, and we've been working closely with them as this is our first year. And this meets goal 5 of your city plan. You're talking about helping seniors, and a lot of our money goes to seniors. So if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Any questions? 25, yeah.
25 for next
Because
year.
that's
Yeah.
request.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
All right, and then the last request we have on the list is the Santa Ynez Valley People Helping People. And there's no representative for People Helping People.
Valerie, Erica?
So that would be another one on the list. We have Theater
Okay.
Fest Danish Days and People Helping People that I'll reach out and.
And I'm not seeing their ask on this list, but
Here's what people helping people.
I mean,
Page 352.
25.
Has their actual,
the application.
yeah,
Okay.
it's 25.
25,000.
All right, with that.
Is that 25? Because it says 25,000 for a 2-year period. So is that each year?
I am not actually clear on that. I read of it as being 25 each year, but we would need to clarify it with them.
Total funding request, 25,000, 2-year period.
Yeah.
Over a 2-year period for the 25.
Well,
So 25.
that's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, we need to-
That's what it says in the application, so just making sure that's.
So we'll
We'll make a
reach out to
clarification.
them as well for the
Okay.
13th. With that, I would recommend that you take public comment at this point. I think we have quite a few slips, or a few slips.
We'll go to public comment then. And I have 3 slips. Tara Wood. In the back.
Hey, now be nice. That wasn't nice. Good evening, Mayor Urick and City Council members. It's nice to see you tonight. I'm here as a resident and as a member of the Board of Directors of the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation and as the chairperson for the Mission Mills Committee. So, lots of hats. I think it's important, we were talking about Lot 72, and it's important for everyone to know that the mayor and I have spoken, and the city manager and I have spoken about Lot 72. And our stance is that this doesn't meet the requirements of the lease. This is a legal document. It has concise language. It spells out exactly what Lot 72 can be used for, and it's not gonna get solved tonight. So there's also that.
Exactly.
Exactly. I feel our pain with the idea of a $4 million parking lot because we're gonna pay for it. So that's not so good. But I think that it's important to realize that Lot 72, the lease was made with the trust for the sole purpose of protecting that property and making sure that it didn't wind up being turned into something that we just drove through or people parked on. There are archaeological things that we need to worry about. It's close to the Mission Mills, and hopefully all of you have been down to the Mission Mills Park and seen it. If not, just call me, I'd be happy to take you. And we really feel firmly that this is not in line with the lease that we've signed. And Mr. Fleshman's partner, I believe, Mr. Hanley, drew up the lease, so it should be easy to find it. So if you have any questions, let me know. I'd be happy to talk to you. And good luck. We all need it.
Thank you.
Mayor, this would be up to you, but I did have a request that we have members of Trust for Historic Preservation online who wanted to address this.
it appears all three of these are all related to the same. So I'll do these first and then we'll go right to the,
They're asking for the online trust to go first.
Oh.
They're all speaking on the same
Okay.
matter.
so that looks like Ann. Or Michael.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy to go first. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Ann Peterson. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation. In 2010, the Trust signed a 55-year lease with the City of Solvang for Lot 72. The purpose of the lease is to protect this sensitive site and to interpret it as a contributing piece of the future State Historic Park. The lot is part of the Mission Sandy Inez National Historic Landmark District. While the City of Solvang is permitted to use a portion of the site described in the lease for special event parking, the use of the lot for regular parking and the proposed improvements in the draft financial plan maintenance section, including grading and installation of a 6-inch road base, are not compliant with the lease. I made these concerns clear to Mayor Uhrig when he called me about the project on April 19th and requested that the city submit a written proposal for the project that our organization could discuss and review. I've not received that document, and now we see that the project has been assigned an expense line of $130,000 and has been scheduled for the upcoming fiscal year without discussion or support from the city's tenant. The trust respectfully requests that this project be removed from the city's financial plan as it is not compliant with the lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you. My name is Michael Wally. I'm the Associate Executive Director for Cultural Resources for the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation. And I would like to reiterate what Ann pointed out, that Lot 72 is one of the contributing elements to the National Historic Landmark District for the St. Inez Mission. Even though there is an approved special event parking area, it is immediately adjacent to the Chumash village associated with the St. Inez Mission. Specifically, this is the site where the last Chumash were removed and relocated to the current reservation of the St. Inez Band of the Chumash Indians. I do not think parking improvements are respectful of the open space for which Lot 72 is deeded to the city, and parking improvements are definitely not respectful of the Chumash, the original stewards of this land occupied by the city of Solvang. Please do not consider this for city parking expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Warren Small.
Mayor, City Council, I'm Warren Small, excuse my voice. So, speaking on Lot 72, parking lot improvements you want to propose, that would directly affect where I live right behind there. And when I signed my documentation for the HOA, we had in there the agreements that the city signed saying that there wouldn't be any improvements to that lot. And there's road maintenance agreements and the lease agreements that we spoke about. And so if you do put a parking lot there, or even the base you're talking about, that would be an improvement that would be outside the language of the lease agreement. And so I sincerely hope that you don't go ahead with this. Also I was wondering, do you have copies of the road maintenance agreements that have been signed throughout the years? Because it also goes in there about what the city can do on that lot. Do you have that? You do have that? Okay. All right then. And so thank you for your consideration on this matter.
Thank you. Have Arthur George.
Esteemed Arthur.
Yes, I'm Arthur George, a member of the Board of Directors of the Village Collection Homeowners Association on the southern border of Lot 72. Some of the board members are here tonight. They want to raise their hands. The board's asked me to speak on its behalf regarding the proposed parking lot on Lot 72. This is of concern to our association because our common area borders Lot 72, where parking is currently authorized, which is right behind the backyards of several homeowners, including my own. I've asked the city for a diagram or some information about what exactly is in mind, what's the shape of it, where is it going to be. Apparently nobody knows anything. I wasn't able to get anything about that. The project just seems not to have progressed to that stage yet. So I can only comment generally, and I'll try not to duplicate what has already been said, but I think I can explain a little better why exactly doing this would not comply with the lease. First, the lot, use of the lot by the city for parking is authorized in a designated area in the southeast corner of Lot 72, as diagrammed on Exhibit A of that lease. So far, the city has not confirmed, however, whether the proposed parking lot is supposed to be within that permitted area or not, so I don't know. Second, under the lease, the city is allowed to use such parking area only for special events, not for general parking on an ongoing basis. Thus, Lot 72 cannot be used as a means for solving the city's general parking problems. Lot 72 must remain open space as originally intended and required by specific plan number 2, which led to the creation of Lot 72. Third, while parking on the grass of Lot 72 as it now exists is allowed, the lease does not allow the city to construct a parking lot. The only construction by the city that is allowed under the lease is for water infrastructure. If construction of a parking lot were allowed, it would be specified, as is the case for the water infrastructure. As a historical matter, in the years before the lease was signed, building a parking lot on Lot 72 was one of the proposals being considered, but that proposal was rejected in favor of making Lot 72 part of a historical park, which is why we have the lease and why it does not allow a parking lot. Indeed, under Section 3.6 of the lease, the city's use of the lot must be consistent with the uses and purposes specified in Exhibit C to the lease, namely, making Lot 72 part of a state historic park. That Exhibit C says that any amenities constructed on the lot are limited to those which are, quote, necessary and appropriate for the creation and operation of the historic park, to be operated by the trust. The determination of what amenities are needed, almost done, for this purpose is to be made by the trust together with the state of California, not by the city. A parking lot constructed and operated by the city thus does not fall within this permitted use. Finally, I'll just add, I don't see where this would increase the amount of parking just by putting a cover on top. It's the same amount of space. So it's not really solving any parking problem. It's just costing the city $130,000. So in sum, I really don't see any basis for keeping this item on the CIP. It should be there. The stakeholders haven't really been consulted. The plan is not developed, and we know that the trust is against it. It violates the lease. I think it should just be taken out of this this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes all that I have as far as speaker slips. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item or any item? And I think that was the only two that were out on Zoom, so just bring it back for final discussion or comments.
So council, tonight there's no request of you taking any final action. The action will be brought to you on June 27th, but it would definitely be very helpful for us to hear all of your input on any of their operating programs, operating changes, the capital improvement program, and all of the special requests here. Whatever feedback you give us tonight, we'll incorporate into the final recommendations for the 27th. If you need any additional information, feel free to ask as well, and we'll bring that back.
Anybody want to go?
I'll start with one comment. If we're going to lump this as one vote, again, I'm going to vote no on all of it. So I want to look at these individually when we do vote on this stuff.
don't think it was intended to be.
No, I'm not saying that you were, I'm just giving you my intention that if we do that again, I would like to vote on these individually.
No, that's fine.
Yes, so to clarify that when it comes back to you on the 27th, you would vote on each one of the requests. I'm sure for both us and the requester, it would be beneficial to hear your thoughts on those requests today. There's a couple of requests, obviously, we need to circle back with representatives not being here today. On the 27th, you would be voting on each request separately. When it comes to budget and the core budget of operations, any proposed operational changes, the CIP itself, please provide with any direction tonight so that we can incorporate it into the final recommendations.
Go right ahead.
I'll have more comments too after this, but yeah, start with the lot 72, please.
I don't think everybody was understanding what the thinking was of the city for lot 72. It's not a permanent parking place, it was not gonna be paved, it was not gonna be any of that stuff. It was to be an event parking only in certain areas. The only thing that was talked about as far as construction was doing something so that we wouldn't destroy the lot. It appears that there's not a lot of interest in doing anything for lot 72. So at this point, having it on the CIP was to leave it there in case it came to, as I understand what Roger was saying, was leave it there in case it came to a point that we needed to study it. That was part of the budget. Doesn't mean it has to be done. It's a placeholder at this point, if I understand correctly. But there's a whole bunch of misunderstandings about lot 72.
Welcome to council.
Tell me about it.
Do you want to make comments?
Well, it's contractual. I mean, we have a contract for what we can do and what we can't do there. I always get kind of baffled when there's something that's in black and white and it says you can do this and you can do this, and we make an idea to do something else, and it's like, it goes against what's on the contract, and Mr. Hanley wrote the contract, like, okay, can we or can't we? I say we just don't touch it. That's my opinion on lot 72, so.
Thank you.
Well, it was used poorly, inappropriately, and illegally a couple of years ago when they ran the drone.
The drone show?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be considered a special event, which would be in the contract?
But that's,
Yes, I apologize.
Not only that, the homeowners on next to it, people were creeping through their bushes and everything.
No good deed goes
It was-
unpunished.
So,
Gotcha.
the city did something wrong as far as I'm concerned back then. We don't want to do that again.
Okay.
well, I'll take responsibility for saying whatever happened here, as it was more of an ask with Tara initially, and just proposing is just something where we were pondering if this would be something that could happen as an interim solution to some, if we decide to possibly close Copenhagen. We're always looking for extra parking. You guys in Village Collection get hammered with people that come and park in your area, as well as all the other residents around there. So it's an idea is all it's been. It's nothing more than that. The reason there is an amount on it is because if we needed to know how much it might cost to do whatever it was that we were proposing. One of the issues is where was it going to be? It was only going to be in the area where the map currently is, so it's not going to be spreading out any further. It was probably going to be a lot smaller than what is shown on the map right now for parking during the special events. But on my end, when you walk out there and you're providing traffic and you're providing parking services for when we had those special events, there's a lot of times when people are stepping in the squirrel holes. So it's a matter of safety as well. So people are walking out there and they're breaking their ankles, and they're that's a a lawsuit waiting to happen for the city and or the trust. So for me, it was more an issue of how about, even if we don't use it, what I initially had asked for, which was for weekend only, and still for the special events, we do have those already in there, is to make it look, but use it with DG. It's not asphalt. It would go down and make a hard base. It would help to prevent the holes that are coming up there through. All it was an idea. So like I said, I'll take full responsibility for proposing it out there. I'm sorry for the consternation that all of you in Village Collection had. The idea was to get out there and talk to you guys and just see what you thought. Again, talk with the trust as well, but that's it. That's all it is, and we can always take it off for right now. We're just exploring any option that we have for parking here for the city. So I hope that can put it to bed, put it to rest, and we can always take it off. It doesn't need to be on there, but at least we had an idea how much it would cost for something like that. So,
Mr. Mayor, as I recall, and I may be totally wrong, with when that lot was not developed, but when it was stated to stay natural, that would allow them to build a housing tract. Is that?
No.
That's right.
No.
I can explain.
it doesn't really matter at this point.
No.
You don't need to go into it anymore.
No, well, my point was, we need to adhere to the original agreement and leave it as it is. And it's a nice place for people to walk. There are times when the road around the side of it gets used, for example. If there's, I know rancheros use the road around it, that they don't go over the lot itself. And I would prefer that it stay as it is as well.
That works for me.
So council, as a clarity of
I think
direction at this point.
We'll just take it off of the CIP.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was easy. Still have a smile on my face. Probably get beat up when I walk outside, but that's all right.
You know any cops?
Yeah, I do.
So Mayor, if I may suggest that we do walk through each one of the individual requests at this point and just get your general comments and your support or otherwise any amendments that you would like to see made to those. The first one would be the Buellton Senior Center at $20,000.
So you're basically asking us to vote on these tonight?
No, I'm not asking you to vote, I'm asking you to express your opinion.
Kind of whether we would vote for them or not,
Right,
or
right.
think it's too much, or.
Right.
I would be in favor of following their request. I'm not making that up.
Explain.
I would be in favor of following their request for funds.
Can I make an interruption? When you look at, and I'm gonna read off some notes because I think this is really important, and you look at, these are solving tax dollars that we're talking about.
Yeah.
And you have groups that are valley-wide and you have groups that are solving. But the valley-wide groups serve some of solving. And 3 or 4 years ago, we had 40 requests, and I still have to this day, I've not seen a bad group come ask us for money. Everybody does great things in this valley. Everybody, and we all know, everybody in here that cares about this town has volunteered. Mr. Elliott, I see him, and I see Brenda. We all volunteer. I mean, I know everybody in this room volunteers for everything, and I did the same thing for 15 years before I came on the council. So it's not a matter of these are deserving or they're not. If you look at this and you see that we're gonna go from 11 million to projected $4 million in the general fund, because we've got some really expensive things to take care of, then that's a big deal, and it's something that it needs to be. So how do you become the Grinch and say no to anybody that comes to the city of Solvang and asks for money? But it's not our money, it's the taxpayers' money. And there's just so many great things. And a few years ago, we decided to make the focus on seniors. and now it's starting to grow again. And I'm thinking, one of the statements that you made, Zena, was the assuming revenue, and that's the big key word, is assuming. We have no idea. There's a lot of really bad indicators out there, and our tax base might dry up in the next 2 years, and we don't know. And to be approving 50,000 here and 75,000, every one of them sounds great. I'm sorry, but except for never mind. There's one request here that I have a real big problem with, and I'll discuss it the next time we come. But how do you say no and be fiscally sustainable with a recession on the horizon? In my opinion, things like the Rotary with if other cities aren't doing the fireworks, that brings money into Solvang. And I feel like a chipmunk, and I want to put my acorns away for the winter, because we just don't know what's going on out there. So to be sitting here in 15 different requests for money, and then next year it's going to be 20, I have a hard time with it. And I wish we could get back to more centralized and more focused, where we went a couple years ago, because it got out of control, and I see it getting there again. So that's my comment.
Thank you for the comment. Any other comment?
So I think, having heard that comment, and maybe instead of going one by one today, since you're not voting, maybe there's just items that you want to pull out and discuss as far as any concerns you have.
I would do that.
Those. And then we'll assume that the rest of them will probably be going forward.
I would like clarification from, if I can speak again, Mr. Mayor?
You may.
From People Helping People, because they're asking for money here. They're entirely funded by donations, and yet they went out and hired a diversity coordinator. And the last time they approached us, I asked the sheriff, because the diversity coordinator said that there's a real problem in Solvang with an increase in hate crimes, racial slurs, and various forms of discrimination, and that's what they're fighting. And this is a group that uses donations to help people, but they've got thousands of dollars to hire a diversity coordinator. And I asked the sheriff that night, I said, Sheriff, this is bad news for a city that relies on tourist dollars. If we have hate crimes, racial slurs, and discrimination every day in Solvang, I'm not supporting a group that says that about the people that I live with. So that's my take on People Helping People. And I love Valerie. I see her every Sunday morning at church at 9:30. But I don't approve giving money to a group that's going to spend money on somebody that trashes Solvang like that. And if there is issues in Solvang, I want the sheriff to know about it. And I asked the sheriff, has there been any recorded? He said no. I'm like, why would they say something like this? I'm not giving money to a group like that.
Interesting.
I'm not sure if that was for the city of Solvang, or there was some issues that happened at the high school involving that a number of times, but I don't believe any of it was directed in Solvang.
It would be very bad if it was in Solvang.
Yeah.
And that's what I asked the sheriff that night. Like, really? We've got a serious problem here if this is the case.
Yeah, there's been a number of issues at the high school, sadly.
Any additional comments on the special requests, including the grant funding, the contract with Elderhood Museum, Solvang Chamber of Commerce, and you have the two projects, Senior Center and Theater Fest, two events, Danish Foundation and 4th of July.
Well, the really big ones, I got my mic on. I mean, the large asks are obviously Theater Fest, Chamber of Commerce, and Senior Center. Solvang Senior Center, I think they need a little bit of help, and they do a great job.
And that was our focus 2 years ago, 3 years ago. We decided to narrow that down.
Right. I agree with that. And I don't have a problem with that. The Theater Fest brings in business for the city. It doesn't bring a lot in. So there is, if you would, an investment in an organization that helps the businesses in this city. So although that's a big one, I have a tendency to want to go along with that one too. Is my opinion on the Theater Fest. Chamber of Commerce is a little confusing to me. And of course, Tracy's here that can explain anything, but I saw a budget of $109,000, then an ask of $250,000, and I wasn't sure where all of this fit together. But I guess that's $125K a year if I finally understood the answer to the ask.
I think it's $250 a year.
Is it $250 a year?
That's what I wanted to clarify. It's $250 a year.
Wow.
I think that might be something we want to wait till the next time.
But I thought the budget in that form was $109 a year.
Well, original ask on page 165 was for 93.
93.
So I was a little surprised to see it kind of the last minute, all of a sudden, at 250, but I'd certainly like to have more time to look at it.
Is there any additional information that you would need from Chamber? Or maybe just have more time to look at it and let me know if you do.
I think for all of us, because it kind of just showed up here tonight, that I think we need to.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, and it's, you know, I understand it's been a few years, and it had dropped from, I think, the high of 250 down to 125, and then went even lower than that. Obviously, then for the last few years, there was none, but might end up being something we just want to look at.
The high
next time.
was in whatever year it was before COVID, was 250 was the highest peak.
Right.
And then it went basically down to zero.
But I don't think in 2019, that's what they asked for. I don't think that's what they actually got. I think it started out and got whittled down to maybe 50 or something like that.
Correct, and then the contract was canceled.
She's dancing up and down.
Well, in 18, it was, the request was for 450 or something.
No.
No.
I don't remember.
If you have all that.
Yeah, I do. The last funding that we received from you was $35,000 this last holiday season. The previous one, we had put in for a contract of $150,000. We received $38,500 from that contract in 2019 or 2020 as a council had changed. This is a budget for $109,000 to $93,000. We had to rework the numbers because pricing is going up on maps. Our biggest map supplier that we have to fund is the visitor center. We knew there was a deficiency with IDK leaving our community and there was money sitting on the table. So that is what $140,000 is and what we're asking to help promote for the year. It's gonna take a marketing company 4 months to get on board, you know, once we get everything going. So if you look, $70,000 is TV. You can wipe out the whole side and just keep it. We just want to fund what we need to be funding for the community. And our visitor center, which you guys run, asks consistently for maps, probably more than anybody else. I've got 2 hotels that are running deep on it, and they pay for those maps. As chamber members, we don't ask anything. This is a full city map, and we can ax it out, but we don't want to do that. We want to try to make sure it's funded. We put all of our nonprofits on it for free. We've done this for the last few years, and we really would like to kind of stay how the map looks and work with the city on it. So if we want to just look at the $109,000 budget, I say we look at that and cut from there. We put on what we felt IDK was always missing, and we knew there was money that was sitting on the table with our contract leaving this marketing, and marketing is economic development, and we have to start thinking about it that way.
Wait a minute, Tracy, before you run off. I thought you had said earlier that maps were going digital and you weren't gonna print them anymore?
No, maps are digital at the same time, but we still go through 150,000 maps. And our map price doubled because of paper. I mean, it's almost doubled. You know that from tissue paper to paper towels.
So wouldn't that be part of our visitor center contract? Why does the chamber pay for it if it goes to the visitor center?
The visitor center contract, the way it's been structured and the way that it was put out, didn't include print materials of the maps.
They pay.
Not included.
It is not included. We give them it for free. We have, and we've always done the printed materials. And that's typically how it's been in the contract.
Thank you.
I don't really feel comfortable by going down and saying I may like this and I may not like that. I would rather come back at the next meeting and take, and I know that doesn't help a lot of you guys, but and take an actual vote.
Absolutely, we can do that unless there's any other general comments at this point about any of these items. We can, I think we all received some additional information, and I'll continue to work with the chamber to ensure that all of the questions are answered. If you have any additional questions, just feel free to reach out and ask, and we'll have it back on the 27th for the actual vote.
Yeah, and any of you want to give me a call, my number is 805-680-2345. Just give me a call and I'll be happy to talk to you about 805-680-2345.
How'd you get that one?
I got to pick it. Those are the days when you first got the cell phones, you got to pick your number. And I've had that same phone for over 30 years.
That first cell phone was this big, with a
It was
battery pack
with a,
and a cord.
It was, but I've had that.
I still have mine as a memento, that's what it had.
All right, council, if there's no further questions on the special request, then maybe we can turn our attention back to the utility or to the capital improvement program, and then we'll move on to operations. We are moving on to the capital improvement program overview. So if we can have the slide up.
What page is that?
So the capital improvement program in the packet starts on page 306.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
we need to make a motion to continue the meeting. We haven't done that. That was an hour ago.
You're still on the same item as you were before. You have to make a motion on new items.
Okay, so before we get
were already
there.
there, everybody's leaving, I apologize.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. We were just in A, now we're going down to C.
So the detailed capital improvement program schedule starts on page 306 of your overall packet. I've got the slides pulled up on the screen. If you want to start with giving us any direction about the water program, for example, and the water would be.
See, there's nothing, we have to do all that. What? I'm sorry, these are all projects that have to be done that I see. So what's the issue?
I just, you're not voting on anything, you're just giving us general direction if there's anything that you would like to see changed. As I mentioned to you before, majority or pretty much all of the capital improvement projects in the CIP will have to be financed through financing mechanism at this point. And that is if the utility rates are approved. Without the utility rates, we would not be able to move forward with hardly any of these projects.
Right.
Just keep that in mind.
From my point of view, personally, these are fine. I don't have a question.
I agree.
Okay, so water, same on wastewater. These are all of the projects we've been talking about. These are all needed
This is
projects.
extremely discretionary.
This isn't
Yeah.
extremely discretionary.
Jose, I did want to ask, on the portable emergency generators that, the 320 coming out of the water fund, are those gonna be diesel, gas, or are we looking to do a solar as well on that?
As of right now, they're looking to be diesel, but if you notice, I pushed them back. They were to be purchased this past year and this coming year, but we pushed them back because we're running the generators that we have in place. We're testing them and they're lasting, and
Okay,
based on operation, they're easier to operate, so they want to stay with those ones
Okay.
as long as we can.
because there might be some money from APCD.
PCD has got money to replace almost anything that runs on gas.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know what it would take to run it, I don't know what the costs are, you know. But yeah.
And I did give direction to our water supervisor to look at the other options once we get closer to those purchases, if we do get those purchases.
Yeah, I see that's broken out to 2024, 25, 26.
Yes.
Speaking of, but we were talking about wells a minute ago. Did we get any kind of relief on pumping the 2 wells on the east side of the Alisal Bridge at different times? I think there was gonna be a discussion of pumping one, somebody else wasn't pumping.
We're still, that's an ongoing conversation. We had a meeting and we're proposing some questions, and we're gonna try to work with the other agency on hopefully being able to pump our wells. I was given July as a date of possible release from the lake as well. So if we get releases down the river, that would help as well.
That'll help us back. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, let's maybe take a look at the next set of projects, which would be the studies. If there's any questions on those.
Hold on one second. Tara had a question here.
Before Mary Ellen left, she asked if the city would consider waiving the fee for Mr. Palmer's memorial service at Sunnyfields. And I was supposed to ask about that, and I forgot. So, that's just.
Go ahead.
Mayor, I think we were thinking about just calling it a city-sponsored event.
Right.
We won't need to go through.
Yeah, we weren't gonna have to do that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, that wouldn't be, okay, moving right along.
Okay, so back to the CIP studies. Looks like all in agreement, no questions.
Do we have to provide on the Mission Drive pedestrian and vehicle corridor, we as the city have to do that study? Are we able to partner with Caltrans to offset some of the costs of that study?
Fund says GF, it's a grant fund, right?
No, general fund.
Oh, that's general fund,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yes, the GF is general fund. We can certainly inquire with Caltrans. As far as I can tell in my discussion with Caltrans is they're fine with how it is.
Of course.
You know, it's, they know there's congestion and they know there's just gonna be more cars coming from either direction. The intent is to try to coordinate all the pedestrians and the uncontrolled pedestrian crossings. So we broach the subject, but they're not gonna look at it until we study it. We could ask them to start studying it, but then it would take a lot longer. But I'm fine with either course.
But you're talking about Is this the synchronization of all of the lights and the crosswalks and things?
The lights are synchronized.
Yeah, that's what my understanding.
The signals are synchronized. What's not synchronized, in layman's terms, how it works is one signal talks to another one, says, hey, I'm releasing a queue of cars. They get through and it assumes, okay, those cars are gonna accelerate and go 25 miles an hour. So you get to the next signal, that turns green just as those cars are getting there, and then they continue on. But what happens is, now you get a pedestrian crossing, and now I'm no longer going 25 miles an hour, now I'm stopped. And so by the time I get to this next signal, now it's red again. And so it just creates, so in order to coordinate it, you gotta control the pedestrians as well.
Can you do that where the lights and the pedestrian walks and everything are coordinated?
Yeah, that's the intent. There's a type of pedestrian signal, it's called a HAWK. So I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but it's basically a red light for pedestrians. So it's a pedestrian crossing that is signalized. So that's what we would look at. One, at the current location where the rapid flashing beacon is, because that really exacerbates the problem. And then another one probably somewhere in Fourth Place, one of the intersection of Fourth Place. There's two crossings there on the other side in between Fifth and Adjournment. So probably another pedestrian crossing there somewhere. And then look at, part of the study would be counting pedestrians, seeing where they cross and what the appropriate location of that one would be. And then figuring out where that location would be, and then eliminating a couple of crossings, probably First Street across, eliminate that crossing, because then you can cross at the park or you can cross at Alisal. And then the other crossing at Fourth Place, which is uncontrolled, eliminating that one. So consolidate, direct, get them to cross, push the button, it's a walk signal. Okay, now I know I can walk safely, rather than push the button where the rapid flash, and then you're still kind of, darting around.
On Ellis, I've heard people talk about a scramble or whatever, where people go all four ways, pedestrians, is that what it's called? Does that work?
It works fine, but not for traffic flow.
Okay.
Because now you have to keep the walk, basically if it's an all-way walk, now that's a phase of the signal that no vehicles are going in any direction.
Traffic flow.
And now you have to time that in a manner that is, you have to time the pedestrian flow based on a certain rate of walking. And so now you have to time it based on the hypotenuse of the triangle, which is a little longer than the sides of the angle. So.
Yeah, and here you've got the stop, take selfie
Oh,
factor.
yeah, totally.
It's not like you're on Montgomery Street in the Bay Area or something.
Yeah.
That's very funny.
And we don't actually have square intersections that are perpendicular.
Yeah, so it's more of a rhombus, or I don't know, something like that.
But
Parallel.
one of the things that I think would make traffic flow a little bit better is if we had some left turn lanes at a couple of years.
Alisal Mission.
That is another thing that I wanted to cover with this study, and that's why I've scoped it appropriately.
Okay.
Left turn phasing at Fifth to
Fifth is another one,
at Fifth Avenue, Fifth and Mission. There's a couple of left turns. There's a left turn pocket at I think Adjournment. If you're going westbound, there's a left turn pocket but no left turn signal.
Yeah.
So I haven't really seen that backs up. So it might be working all right, but it's still, let's take a look at it and do a count and see if the left turn pocket's not. We do, but a left turn phase.
Mission and Fifth and Mission and Mission and Alisal are the two that really back up.
Adjournment doesn't seem that bad.
Yeah, but definitely left turn phasing on Fifth. It's already on Alisal. So that would be one of the ones I get backed up in that traffic too. So certainly on my consciousness.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So the next one is the parks. If we can have the slide back up again. So the HCA playground replacement is a totally discretional item. Those things cost a lot. You will notice that this community has not invested in park playgrounds other than the Sunny Fields, which was an effort of collective community effort. You will see that a lot of other jurisdictions are replacing their playgrounds with much modern equipment, which is safer, better, more fun. We did have through the survey quite a few comments come through for people wanting to see some improvements to the playground. That playground is in perfect shape as far as, you know, passing safety inspection. So it's not necessarily a safety concern at this point. It's more of just giving something to the community that the city hasn't invested in a long time.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
They're very expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, is this upgrading tables and chairs or?
No, this would be just, you know, there's that sliding type of structure basically where the kids climb. So this would be a modern, better, enhanced version of that with additional features and then a little toddler area.
And it'll fit in the area, because that's not a very big area where that's at.
Right, well, we would scope, this is a rough estimate based on what we've seen. They are expensive, so I wanted to present it because it was an ask of the community and we haven't asked this question in a long time. I wanted to let you know what the cost is and we can technically, we have the funds to do this, but it is expensive.
Well, yeah, but that's ones we could use elsewhere too, so, right?
All of this is already programmed into the presented forecasts. So it's part of the draw on your fund balance essentially. But this year we are coming in very strong in terms of our revenues to expenditures. So you will see at the end of the year that our fund balance will increase by quite a bit.
And that is just in the one area down there by, I think it's Area C?
Right, down the hill. So the replacement of all the benches and everything that's decaying there is part of the grant project. That's the multi-upgrade.
The 178 grant.
Right, and the 20% local match.
Will that also cover the finish of the pickleball courts? Because that's been... There's
Yes,
fencing that needs to
we
be
included in that as well as the pump track, and yes.
$220,000 for a pump track.
The pump track is actually a very small amount compared to that. Majority of that will really go replacing those concrete benches that are unsafe. We have the area, I forget what area it is, but the largest picnic area is closed right now because of the condition.
Okay. That's the, looking at the Park Multi-Grade Project, 27 and 40.
So
Track,
Okay.
detail can be found on page 310 of the packet. So if you're interested in considering continuing with the playground, we could do some more research before we come back to you on the 27th. But before we put any more of our staff time into developing a little bit more precise project scope, if you're not interested in going in that direction at all, that's what I'm kind of looking for.
So I'm confused on something here with the park multi-upgrade project. It says that families with small children frequently use the park and the existing playground structure does not include a toddler feature. So is that part of the other park playground replacement?
Roger, can you come up?
Because it kind of has the same, there is a need to provide a playground age appropriate for toddlers and kinder-age children. And so you have 320 in the one, and then 170 plus 40 for the multi.
Yeah, so is that wording still in the HCA multi?
Yes.
Okay. We had originally had it in the grant application, but then costing out the furniture replacement, the trail improvements, the pickleball fencing, and some of the other items, where there just wasn't enough money in there, so rather than partially fund it, we just pulled it out and we put it into the playground. So that's probably just some wording that needs to be taken out of that item, because it's not part of the grant.
Okay, because I think actually now that I look at it, that was what the need was expressed in both sections, but not the description.
Hi, got it. And, yeah, so the Prop 68 grant, and the pump track was, I think, you know, it's a separate item, but it's all part of the, you know, the pump track is also funded with the grant, so that's why I combined the two of them, but there are two separate capital improvement items that have been kind of in the 10-year CIP for a while. So I left it in the CIP whole, but then in the summary, I just squashed them together.
So
sorry for the confusion.
Is the pump track similar, do they have a pump track out at Riverview Park?
In
Buellton?
In Buellton, yeah, that's my understanding. We're gonna work with the designer that worked with that. One of our utilities guys, Nathan, is pretty adamant about this too. He was out there when we did the survey, and he's been gonna be involved with this as well. So we'll get some volunteer design, some volunteer effort, but also there will be some staff time, and we'll be documenting that. And you know, the staff time spent, we're able to utilize that for the local match. So that's not cash out of our pocket, but it's staff time. So we'll be able to document and put that towards the local match.
Mr. Mayor, speaking of Buellton, the zip line construction started last week.
Really? Darn, I wish we would have had that here in HCA. Yes.
We're in the middle of our budget, so you're the council. It's my job.
We have no money.
Oh,
zip line.
It's my job as a city engineer to make it work, so just let me know what you want.
That money for lot 72, we get.
There you go. Down to the Olive Grove.
Get myself in trouble again.
And if you land in the mill, oh my goodness. Is this mic on? Yeah. Okay,
It's
we're
these
getting
Skip Mesa people coming in now.
Yeah, we're getting.
Sorry.
If we can have the slide back up for a second again.
With the assumption that we're gonna have the additional funding with the increased amount of TOT, you're saying we've got this covered, so it would be nice to improve it and make things better. So I guess I'm gonna say it's okay for me personally.
I'm wondering if it would, I know for the multi-upgrade, keep saying that, there might be some money from SB CAG as far as bike money that we might be able to get for the pump track, as well as if we did expand hiking and bike trail systems in the park. Just as a possibility, because they're always, you know, that part of our San Ynez Valley overall bike plan and going along with a multimodal type of
Yeah, that's
improvements, there might be some money there available for us to get.
Yeah, that's one of the things we're gonna look at with the, on the next slide or two, when we talk about the non-motorized item for $50,000. That's one of the things we're gonna look at is multi-purpose trail through ACA, connecting 246 over to Chalk Hill is one of the kind of the one of my little gems that I want to try to take
That
care
would
of.
be great if we could do that.
It would.
Yeah.
And Jim Martin would be thrilled. She works a lot on the bicycle trails, so.
Yeah. But we also got to harden that safety road as well, because it's, you know, if you put a big fire truck on that safety road from 246, you might fall in the creek. So there needs to be some road hardening in there too, so there's some safety money, but, you know, that's another project to get more grant funding. We're not talking about that now, but it just.
All right, so unless there's any more comments on this slide, if we can take a brief look at the next one, which is facilities. The Veterans Hall ADA restroom upgrades has been in the works for a long time. The project was ready to go forward a couple of years ago and was delayed, so it's back up as a priority. The first two projects, lot 4 and 5, and the emergency generators, kind of work continued from what has already been begun. Veterans Hall emergency generator, that's our shelter for the city. We get a lot of calls. I got a lot of calls during COVID from, and just with the heating and cooling centers from the county emergency operations, asking if they could use that facility, and I always have to tell them, well, there's actually no real cooling, or it's pretty well, the temperature is pretty good naturally in that building, but there's no real cooling or real heating in that building. The City Hall exterior painting is just updating our facilities. The lot 72 we will be taking off. And we already talked about the public works lift truck and your ideas and the restroom updates. So if everything is okay here to go forward, other than lot 72, unless there's any other questions?
Can I clarify again the parking structure, the 100,000 for that, is that a study only
That's a study.
for right now?
Yes.
Buy some parking already.
All right, this is the streets. If there's no questions, then we would move all of these. This is investment in the streets, which really is investing in core infrastructure. If we don't invest timely, then the cost of repairs goes up. So this is something that the city should maintain on an ongoing basis. All right, then the Mission Drive pedestrian and signal improvements we just discussed. And then the Mission Drive East and Bike shoulder widening project.
Now, for example, on the Mission Drive, the 525,000, that's not just us, that is a combination of other funds as well?
Yeah, yes, it's some Measure A funds, some local transportation funds that come to the city through SBCAG, and then a balance of general funds.
So it's not $525,000 coming out of our budget?
No, it's not totally. It's listed a little, the breakdown is listed on the CIP document that's in your packet. But yeah, that's not a little 525, and that's a projection assuming kind of what we discussed about removing a couple crosswalks, putting in those crossing signals. And then repurpose the rapid flashing to somewhere else in the city.
Does the Mission Drive East End Bikeway shoulder widening project, how much is that going to widen what's actually there? Because they're going to be moving the guardrails both sides or just the one side?
It's I don't know the answer to that.
I guess we have to study it first.
Review it and take a look at what's already been done. I don't know if it's just all been hearsay at this point or if there has been an initial study done. I do know that something's been put forward to the Sansom Medical Clinic because they are dedicating a certain amount of right-of-way for this project. So there's got to be some sort of document that I haven't come across yet. So I can reach out to Matt.
And the city has the other part, right?
Yeah, there already is some right-of-way, and then Sansom is dedicating a wedge basically along the kind of the corner of the property to allow for the slope, constructing the slope to allow for the road to widen.
Your predecessor had told me in the past that there was a thought process of giving part of the city property and that lot that Sansom's going on to Caltrans so they could widen it and put give them the easement. I think is what's required in order for this to happen.
Yeah.
And then that way you put the bicycle lane in.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes an issue when you get to Pine, because after that, there's no way to widen it because you've got streets and buildings on each side and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and then he was also even, well, there was a whole lot of discussion there. But yeah.
I'd love to hear it because obviously this has been conceived for a while, So some good thought has been put into it already.
So there was a lot, including even a potential light at Pine Street.
Okay.
But, you know, give them a little Caltrans, and maybe they'll let you do something else.
Yeah.
Anyway, there was some thought process put into it in that.
Okay.
That was back, if I may interrupt, that was back when they were building the apartments, the lower income apartments up on Pine Street. They talked about putting a light at the bottom of Pine Street to Mission.
They did. The problem, but what Matt had told me was, as you come up Mission on that side of the street with the empty lots, if you gave up a little bit, so Caltrans had a right of way there. When you got up to Pine Street, then you had, so you could have 2 lanes, is actually one of the things he was thinking about, not just a bicycle lane. That would let you have a right turn lane, and you'd need a light to get into there. But all of that was contingent upon the fact that the AMR facility is right there. But then he said, hey, why don't we just give them the piece of land over, trade them for a piece of land over next to where the hospital's gonna be built, and we can take over that piece of property. It would actually benefit them. It'd probably be easier to get their trucks, their ambulances out. So there was a whole lot of.
I wasn't privy to that.
Again, I spent a bunch of time with Matt, and he had a lot of different ideas on things like that. That's where it all came from. How much was documented, I have no idea. But, you know, things.
Well,
Okay, my fault. Let's speed up.
With this item, we'll consider and try to figure out exactly where we're headed. Maybe I owe Matt a cup of coffee and I can kind of pick his brain on this, and then just move forward with it. But you know, in regards to the following year, which is $200,000, assumes that's going to be for a lot of the design of this, and you know, depending on where we're at on getting potential funding, if we're not looking to spend over $3 million on general fund for the following year, then maybe we hold up on design, but we're not there yet. But we certainly want to, you know, do this in a reasonable and educated manner. So,
thank you.
there's always the mid-year budget next year.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so the next one is the stormwater program. It's been in the works. The transit vehicle replacement, that's been in the works. It's an ongoing program. This potential or modifications or anything else alternative when it comes to wayfinding.
This one bugs the heck out of me. $405,000 for pedestrian signs. We're talking about monument signs for pedestrians coming into the city. Nobody walks into the city.
So this would be an infrastructure for, except for the entrance signs, which you see there, a cost of $120,000. So that's a lot. You don't have to replace the entrance signs if you don't want to. The other discussions that have been underway is creating signs in public spaces. So for example, on crossings such as First in Copenhagen, Second in Copenhagen, Alisal and Mission, that direct people to different businesses. So the design review committee has been working with, under past contract with Cox and Marvel, on developing kind of the look and feel of what it would look like to make it all on brand and on design, along with the updated logo. That nice type of sign that would go in all these different intersections is fairly costly. It could actually, to make it exactly like the approved design by DRC, would be even probably higher than this. But we are estimating that each sign would be about $25,000. If you did 8, you would pretty much capture the downtown. And then we could work with Chamber of Commerce, which is what Chamber has been proposing with the different businesses, for those businesses that are in courtyards, etc., to be able to purchase or lease a space in those spaces to where there would be direction that this way is this type of business. There are jurisdictions that do that. Obviously here it would have to be on style with soling, which gets to be kind of costly. If you would remember a couple of years ago before COVID, there were kind of these different pots with some bushes and a QR code in them that just said everything is kind of everywhere. You have to figure out that you have to scan your QR code. So that was kind of a cheaper version of creating this way of wayfinding. I'm not sure how useful it was really with all of the directions, just pointing in all directions.
I would love to see, I'd love to see these signs that are costing $25,000. I'm used to seeing a pole with a blue sign that shows you, you know, go that way.
Seriously, $500,000.
Yeah, I mean, I can't talk. It's getting late. One of the things that I thought we were talking about when we talk about way signing was getting cars to parking spaces. So they were automotive way signing, not pedestrian.
I don't want pedestrian way signs.
I don't know that it's a bad
right?
idea, but I don't want to spend $405,000 for them. I mean, that's huge.
So we could look at, there's two questions. We could add a project for the wayfinding for vehicles, which would also be costly, but we can definitely put that estimate together. On the pedestrian wayfinding, we can scale it down. It will definitely not look as nice as, for example, the design review committee wanted it to look.
We gotta see some pictures.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Can you see some
If I'm gonna vote for it, I
For
want
next
to see
meeting,
it.
let's look at some
you have to
pictures.
show me something.
We definitely have some pictures, and I'll send those materials out,
All right.
so you understand better.
Yeah, please, because I'm not seeing that kind of money in signs that stick in my mind. I'm not good at that.
Let's look at them.
Let's look at it. Okay.
So we'll present some different options. Is there any desire to add the wayfinding for vehicles?
Yes, I think so.
To explore.
Well, we'll present a rough estimate and what it might look like.
Yes, please. I think, again, parking being a big issue and traffic being a big issue, these cars running around in circles trying to find out where they're gonna go to
What,
park.
was it the wayfinding that businesses would have their name on it or some kind of directional thing? No.
So there's a wayfinding for when you're in the car, and there's wayfinding for when you're walking your pedestrian.
No, I mean in the car. Never mind.
We will bring back some options for the wayfinding for your vehicle circulation as a separate project, and also clarify some of the information on this pedestrian proposal. All right, and then the last item I had on the CAP was kind of the beginning of a European Plaza type of concept. As I said, I don't recommend even putting this money in the budget at this point, because it still is in the works as to whether or not this concept would go forward. So I would recommend, I just wanted to give you kind of an idea of what the next step would be. If the city was to start to develop such project, this would be the design cost.
It's just a vision.
For actually creating
We
a
haven't even
project
come to the
description.
location yet. So
Right.
at this point, no.
Right, so at this point, we're working through the general plan development to hold a community workshop to explore the different locations. We also have some additional information on how those locations would impact circulation. We've done some counts before Copenhagen was opened and now that it's been reopened, so we'll have some additional information on that. All right, and then the last items I want to talk to you about today is the proposed operating changes. First one, as I mentioned, is Administrative Services Director.
What page are you on? I'm sorry.
So if you look at your
We just went
agenda,
from 319.
Probably back in the twos.
this one is on 161.
Okay.
Oh, it's in the report
Okay.
where you have your operating changes proposed.
161.
Okay, go.
As I mentioned to you earlier, this is the reinstatement of position that existed before COVID-19. I have been essentially acting both as city manager and administrative services director since I was appointed to acting city manager. We have been doing basically kind of the minimals, keeping our services to essentials throughout COVID-19. It does take my attention from city manager duties and responsibilities, which I have many audiences that I work with, include the community, includes the city council, the staff, the outside organizations. So this position would really be the director level position that would be responsible for the internal functions. Those are very important support functions, which include your finance, accounting, human resources, information technology. Failure in any of those particular areas could result in significant consequences for the city. So it's a responsible position, and we need a department head level position rather than spreading the work between myself and some of it spilling into other line staff. So I think that this is really important at this point, that we are back to a more stable environment to reinstate this position and really focus on those areas.
Would this require an accounting background?
So yes, it will require accounting background. It would also, as we start talking about, we talked about the necessity of moving forward with all of the capital improvement program projects for utilities, water and wastewater. All of those will require financing. It would be very important for the city to have a position here at the city that would oversee any consultants or anyone else going through those complex processes. So I think this position will definitely be tasked with oversight of all of those financing and funding projects.
Potentially eliminating some of the problem that recently happened by having a second view into the administrative. Okay, excellent, thank you. Into the finance.
So that's the request, and then we will move on to reorganization of marketing and events manager. This is something that was recommended by the Tourism Advisory Committee and then approved by City Council. There was no conclusion in terms of how you all wanted to see this position structured. There was definitely the desire that it would be a local position that has a local direct connection with both the community, the businesses, the Tourism Advisory Committee, and the city. As they would be the representative for the city, for the Tourism Advisory Committee, it will definitely make it more functional to have it as a city position who would then represent the marketing services to a city council appointed body. And they would also be managing all of the contractors. So the strategy, the real marketing, the social media, all of that will still be provided service by a third-party contractor who could be located just about anywhere. And the visitor center would also be under their oversight. So they would be responsible for making sure that all of those efforts are aligned for the benefit of the city.
So in our RFP that we have going out for marketing services, that part of it wouldn't be in the RFP that we put together?
No, so the RFP had already gone out and it closed. We got 10 proposals. Frankly, given the fact that we don't have a marketing contractor right now, it will not take 4 months to onboard them. I will be making sure that they're onboarded as soon as possible. And I would also like to open this recruitment as soon as possible if there is indication that that's the direction we're going to go.
I'm good with it. We need it. We need it. We gotta solve that problem. Yes, I'm good.
And we'll run more efficiently?
Yes, and we'll have, it would be their responsibility to also work with the community. As you remember, there was a desire before, for example, to have somebody really coordinating with our business community and our community when special events happen. So this person would be the one to make sure that what we bring to Solomon in terms of special events is actually beneficial for the city of Solomon.
Okay. Coordinates with Park and Rec and does all those things. Yep.
All right, the next item is code enforcement part-time position. As I mentioned, this would be 2 about quarter-time positions, no benefits, no long-term consequences, but that would provide us the presence during weekends and busy nights that we don't have right now.
Yes.
Okay. And then benefits for HR manager. HR manager is a part-time position. Not having the benefits offered for that, especially health insurance, has been challenging. That can be a real benefit to somebody that's, maybe a stay-home parent or whatnot that has their expertise, lives here, and can provide those services to us. So I think this will definitely help us in the recruitment of that position.
Yeah.
Very briefly, what would that position do?
Human resources manager would.
For a city our size with the employees over here.
Right, so they do all the onboarding, offboarding, process any benefits changes. They would also be tasked with reviewing all of the job descriptions, coordinating with employees.
They do the busy work,
They do the busy work, but I would also see this position as it's being kind of lifted up a little bit from human resources specialist. This position would be much more equipped in knowing how to deal with any human resources issues and could be the good first step for that. And they would also be tasked with improving our performance evaluations programs, things like that just haven't been addressed in a while. Okay, the custodial contract increase, as I mentioned, this is really due to the high level of tourism and really focusing on keeping things clean. We actually haven't been receiving the complaints that we used to get about restrooms, trash, all of that. Our revenues are coming in. I would actually recommend continuing with this for at least another year. If we see a recession, obviously, or any kind of drop in revenues, then I would recommend coming back and reducing this.
Considering the new COVID variations and things, I think just the fact that we have a presence cleaning stuff all of the time would probably make the visitors feel better. So
From a sanitary standpoint too, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's not spread around.
I was thinking about trash, but yeah, you're right.
And are they doing cleanings more than once a day?
Yes, so this is pretty much double of what we used to do.
This
Cleans of the
weekend's
restrooms and the trash, and additional
And
trash
it's
cans.
important to
and
have
all of
clean restrooms in a tourist town.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
that. Okay. All right, and then this request is for the planning manager, planning director. As I mentioned, this is just a difference in the level of qualifications that we can get. So this just opens up our clientele of people who might apply. We would advertise it as both planning manager and a planning director with 2 different pay scales for those depending on qualifications. The planning manager position that was approved last year, which actually was an increase in pay compared to what it used to be pre-COVID, has been advertised for almost a year now. There's a recruitment firm working on it now. We are getting some applications, and I'm doing some interviews tomorrow actually, but we're getting few applications, let's say, despite their efforts. So I'm hoping that this would give us the opportunity to reach into those who are a little bit more senior and have the skill level to bring. We would hire them at the director level. If we're not able to find the senior person, then we would hire them at planning manager level. So the difference in pay between those 2 positions would be $15,000.
Okay.
All right, and I think that brings us to the end of the considerations. So unless council has any additional comments, We will plan on coming back to you with, I'll reach out to those 3 organizations that weren't here today to answer any of your questions for the special requests. If they do respond, then we'll come back to you on the 13th of June, and then back on the 27th of June with the final budget adoption.
Any final questions at all? And do you have enough direction right now?
I have enough direction, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item 8, if I may. Oh,
I make a
Go ahead.
motion. No, wait, I don't wanna make, I wanna go home. I'm voting no. Somebody else make a motion.
I'll move we extend the meeting until we're done.
wasn't this part of the fiscal thing? that we just
So
did?
it was part of the fiscal thing, but I wanted to bring this to you separately so that you could consider it for immediate action as we move into the summer season. I just want to get that effort underway.
Okay.
How long will it take?
I can be super brief on this one.
Did I have a motion to extend? A second?
So moved or second, whichever.
All right. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Infante?
Yes.
Councilmember Arona absent? Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Urick?
Yes. Yes.
Motion passes 3-1.
I was gonna try to do it 2-2.
Then the vice president has to be called.
All right, moving on to item number 8.
Okay, so this item is for code enforcement program modifications. Great to have my slides. This was actually put together, I've been working over the last year and a half with our code enforcement officer rather closely to where that program has been positioned directly reporting to the city manager. He also has been working closely with the city attorney and our planning staff as well. So this presentation was put together by Eddie, who wasn't able to be here today, but we wanted to move forward with it just so that we can, if authorized, start moving forward with the...
How do you say his last name?
I think-
Shway.
Shway.
Shway?
Shway.
Eddie Shway. Okay, thank you.
So I will kind of skip around. He put quite a bit of information into it, but current services to the city has a current contract for up to 20 hours of code enforcement services weekly. Currently, only assigned calls where complaints are received are addressed on a priority basis. Proactive enforcement is not part of the program, and we are not proposing it going forward. The DRC has been inquiring about increased enforcement, especially as they oversee all the signs and those visible things that appear to be out of compliance. So the expectations of for code enforcement currently include sign and display ordinance, illegal street vending, noise ordinances, minor infractions, administrative violations such as skateboarding and illegal parking, weekend enforcement of downtown area and city parks when city staff is not always available. So the parks and the weekend enforcement is something where we have been kind of falling short, and that's where we want those really highly visible positions to be available.
Would they be here to help with some of the parades and stuff?
They could definitely be available. They will
Just a thought.
They will be working on the weekends, so they can assist with that as well. So the following complaints are often voiced by members of the business community. There is a lack of highly visible official uniform presence in downtown during high shopping and tourist days. And there is a lack of enforcement of low-level crimes related to, obviously Eddie is a retired police officer. I'm sure the two police officers here understand very well what a broken windows theory is. But basically illegal cart vendors, all those small violations. So the broken windows theory obviously talks about the maintaining of the community, creating social norms and conformity, the presence or lack of routine monitoring and social signage and signal crime. So he points out that we have some issues that we need to be addressing. I'll kind of skip Charlie, there's your,
I saw that. I was like, what the heck am I doing up there?
this was Eddie. This
I'm not
refers
getting
to
any
the
royalties off that picture here.
community-oriented policing and essentially being more proactive. And what he's really getting into is just the fact that the law enforcement with current laws has now not been able to be as proactive when addressing some of these lower level issues. For example, they can't really do anything with these illegal vendors. We do have a city ordinance that limits and allows us to regulate them, so our code enforcement can actually go out and reach out to them. So if there was presence in town at all times, then even if Eddie was not there as the code enforcement officer, the staff or ambassadors in uniforms could alert him of some of these issues. This is another example that he had shown to where we may have a really old car that's parked and is not being enforced, and that type of non-enforcement leads to other issues. So this would be an enhancement to the program. There's no change in the budget. It will be just hiring of 2 part-time employees, and I would like to move forward with it as soon as possible so that we are set up for success before the summertime.
So moved.
Second.
Yes.
Public comment?
Any public comment? Yes.
They have to go to Romania to get a picture of an abandoned car. Is that its father?
Okay, I think we had the first and the second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Arona, absent. Mayor Pro Tem Infante,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Urick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
I did notice a difference in the carts in the park when they were doing that enforcement. They moved up into the apartment complexes, which I think is good. But they figured it out.
Thank you.
So, moving on to item number 9, any reports, final council closing comments? Seeing none, going to adjourn in memory of Kenneth Palmer, who served as mayor 1993, 2002, 2007, and our mayor pro tem 1992, 2001, 2006. City council member 1991, 94, 2000 to 2012. Thank you, Ken. Meeting adjourned at 11:20.